Chapter 108. In Kangyi Kingdom, other than Kangyi College, there were also a few powerful clans who trained accomplished disciples as well. They definitely would not miss out on the Fenghua banquet. The Qin clan was a force of Kangyi Kingdom known for their studies of the Guqin. There were not many disciples because only musical sorcerers could be accepted. This was also why the strongest musical sorcerers of the kingdom were grouped in the Qin clan. Bai Qiu was the most talented of the Qin clan's younger generation. Apparently, he had already entered the Dharma plane and had an unbeatable talent. Not long ago, Bai Qiu had led the disciples of the Qin clan to the Kangyi College. Sun Xia had seen Bai Qiu with her own eyes and saw the youth was extremely handsome. Therefore, someone who was only a 7-star glory plane musical sorcerer and not from the Qin clan would only be there to enhance the others at the Fenghua banquet by contrast, even if he could pass the pre-test. Even the other disciples of the Qin clan seemed better than this youth beside him, let alone Bai Qiu. Of course, Sun Xia wouldn't say all this. She just smiled and led the way, saying, the pre-test of the Fenghua banquet will be administered by the Kangyi College. I am taking you all to the exam site now. Yi Futian nodded. Since they knew about the Fenghua banquet, they had naturally done some research. The Fenghua banquet was the imperial examination and it was not open to everyone. After applying, they had to pass the pre-test held by the Kangyi College to truly be qualified to attend the Fenghua banquet. The Kangyi College checked the credentials for the emperor. The leaf court of the Kangyi College was now filled with all sorts of talent. They had all applied for the Fenghua banquet. Many were gathered here for the pre-test as it was one of the exam sites. In the center, there was a podium. There were 2 figures fighting on it now, both applicants of the banquet. 3 elders of the Kangyi College sat before the podium. I'll help you hand the bookmark in, Sun Xia said to Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and gave the bookmark to him. Then, Yi Futian saw Sun Xia take one out too and put them together. Sun Xia, 9-star glory plane, sorcerer. I will attend the Fenghua banquet too, Sun Xia said. She introduced herself again while eyeing Hua Jieyu, and then walked towards the elders. Hua Jieyu's gaze was calm. She knew Sun Xia told her for a reason but she didn't care. She had held Yi Futian's hand earlier not because she wasn't confident in herself but because she knew how attractive Yi Futian was to girls. The 2 fighting on the podium were both of the 8-star glory plane. One was a sorcerer while the other was a martial artist. However, Yi Futian discovered something strange. Right now, most of the audience's attention was not on the fighters. Instead, they focused on the other side. There was a group of people dressed in white. They seemed untainted by the world. That's the Qin clan. The strongest musical sorcerers of Kangyi Kingdom are from that clan. Is the middle one Bai Qiu? He truly is handsome. The people around them all discussed the clan. Yi Futian was intrigued that the Kangyi Kingdom had a Qin clan and apparently produced the best musical sorcerers. He looked over at the handsome and slender young man in the center of the group. He looked around 18 or 19. His aura was extraordinary and he stood out like a stork amongst chickens. At this time, someone walked to Bai Qiu. He wore the uniform of the college. The 2 smiled and chatted, seemingly ignoring the fight on the podium. After handing in the bookmark, Sun Xia returned to Yi Futian's group. She saw Yi Futian looking in Bai Qiu's direction and smiled. That's the Qin clan. Bai Qiu is the most accomplished of their younger generation. He's apparently in the Dharma plane now. He's a musical sorcerer like you and the one beside him is my senior from the college, Yu Jiang. He's also in the Dharma plane. The 2 of them are the most popular candidates for the Fenghua rank. Who else is included? Yi Futian asked. Sun Xia glanced at Yi Futian. She thought that he was probably not from the imperial city. Otherwise, he would definitely know about these things. There are some others. If you can pass the pre-test and attend the Fenghua banquet, you'll meet them, Sun Xia smiled and said without going into detail. Yi Futian was only at the 7-star glory plane. Knowing all that was meaningless because he was nowhere near their level. Oh. Yi Futian knew that Sun Xia wasn't willing to say more. He nodded and stopped talking, watching the fight quietly. People went up continuously. After a long while, Yu Sheng was finally called up. Yu Sheng walked to the podium. Another figure stood before him. He was also a 7-star glory plane, but he was a sorcerer. The fight would display their true abilities clearly. Attack me with your best efforts first, Yu Sheng said. He knew the other was a 7-star glory plane sorcerer. If the opponent was defeated before performing, he would be disqualified no matter how great his talent was. You can go first. The opponent smiled confidently. Hearing this, Yu Sheng didn't hold back. He took a step and the podium shook. His composure changed in an instant, stunning the sorcerer. The sorcerer's spiritual qi began to gather crazily and the apparition of a golden tiger appeared behind him. Then it roared and ripped toward Yu Sheng with shocking power. Yu Sheng punched forward. There were countless shadows that tore apart the golden tiger's image. The powerful force ripped through everything and landed on the opponent, sending him flying. Seeing this, the Kangyi College elders made a checkmark on Yu Sheng's bookmark and put it to the side. At the same time, one said, Yu Sheng, passed. Yu Sheng stepped down. The one who had been forced off the podium climbed up and glared at Yu Sheng. He left with resentment. Clearly, he had lost the ability to attend the Fenghua banquet. Your friend is quite strong, Sun Xiao said to Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian didn't reply. Yu Sheng was way beyond quite strong. This was just the pretest, so there was no need to show off everything. After that, Hua Jieyu was called up. Her opponent was a warrior of the same plane. Though her face was veiled, her eyes were beautiful, and she had a perfect figure and presence. Many people were attracted immediately, thinking that she was definitely a beauty. After you, Hua Jieyu said to the youth. She didn't say much, but a burst of powerful spiritual energy bloomed. The opponent felt something and moved toward Hua Jieyu quickly. However, at the same time, an invisible power was blocking him. Then, wood element spiritual qi gathered into a spell and wrapped around him. Boom! Powerful strength burst forth. The opponent burst free from the entanglement like a wild demon. At this time, spears appeared before Hua Jieyu. They kept stabbing toward the opponent, who roared and stopped. His battle intent burst and attacked the spears coming at him. Simultaneously, he stepped forward and flew into the sky. He soared at Hua Jieyu like an eagle. Seriousness flashed past Hua Jieyu's eyes. She stepped forward. It was only one step, but the opponent seemed to stop in midair. Vines curled up toward him and slammed him to the ground. Okay, both pass. The Kangyi College elder nodded and put away their bookmarks, meaning both had passed the pretest. The defeated one was upset because he had been confident he could win in the pretest. He hadn't expected to meet someone so extraordinary. May I see your true appearance? He stood up and asked politely. Hua Jieyu glanced at him and turned to leave the podium. She returned to Yi Futian's side. Many looked at Hua Jieyu in shock. She was so arrogant. Yi Futian, mo gu. It was Yi Futian's turn now. He walked up to the podium. The one opposite him was clad in white. He was from the Qin clan. Clearly, the Kangyi College elder thought that if Yi Futian couldn't even beat a random Qin clan disciple, he had no need to attend the Fenghua banquet. The two sat down with crossed legs and released their Guqin spirits. This attracted many gazes. In the near distance, the Qin clan members looked over with interest. Music sounded at the same time. Gumo's music was wild like a tide of 10,000 beasts. The sound of galloping in the air was terrifying. It was like a wave of demons was charging at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's music was calm, graceful, and lovely. It seemed to be reminiscing someone from the past. As his music flowed out, the formless demons charging at him were gradually tamed. Then Yi Futian's music changed abruptly. It turned sharp like an unsheathed sword. It cut everything and the beasts wailed. Gumo's music was in disarray, no longer strong and wild. His spiritual energy was in a mess and his music was disordered too. With a huff, the Qin spirit disappeared. Yi Futian, pass, the elder announced. Gumo was defeated just like that. The Qin clan members were surprised. Their fellow disciple was disqualified from the banquet. Such pure music and extraordinary mindset. This boy is talented, Bai Qiu praised. Then he asked from across the arena, where do you cultivate? Do you have a clan? Yi Futian looked up at Bai Qiu. He smiled and said, I cultivate with my master and have not entered a clan. The Qin clan is the most prestigious for musical sorcery in Kangyi Kingdom. Are you willing to join us? Bai Qiu smiled at Yi Futian. If you are willing, I can recommend you. I am lacking a Guqin student. Everyone present was shocked. It seemed that Bai Qiu thought highly of this musical sorcerer and had invited him directly into the Qin clan. He was even willing to let the youth study with him. A Guqin student was someone who would follow him and could learn from him at any time. If Yi Futian could follow Bai Qiu, this would be a great advantage for him as a musical sorcerer. Chapter 109, Bai Qiu's words immediately made Yi Futian the center of attention. Even though the two young men were the same, they both came in hopes of attending the Fenghua banquet. However, despite this, many people only signed up to attend the banquet for the experience. How many people could actually display outstanding skills? The Kangyi Kingdom had no shortage of genius cultivators and now, they were all gathered here in the imperial city, the city of Kangyi. But in the end, only 10 people would be chosen by the emperor to be on the Fenghua rank. Bai Qiu of the Qin clan, Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang of the Kangyi College, the incredibly skilled young Lord Yi Wuchen from the Yi Palace, the Hua family's daughter, and Yun Di of the Demon clan. These people were the ones who would stand out the most at the Fenghua banquet. Of course, Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty could not be forgotten. She was known as the one of peerless beauty. Because of this, when Bai Qiu asked Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, no one thought of it as demeaning. As the Kangyi Kingdom's most outstanding young man, Bai Qiu was destined for a bright future. Even his musical attendant would have a chance to be a big shot in the future. This was an opportunity not everyone had. To offer Yi Futian such a position, it was evident that Bai Qiu was impressed by his gifts. Even Sun Xia looked at Yi Futian in surprise. Yi Futian and his friends were all 7-starred glory plane cultivators. They came to sign up for the Fenghua banquet and each showed their impeccable gifts. If Yi Futian was able to follow Bai Qiu into the Qin clan, it would only do him good. However, standing beside Sun Xia, Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu did not think this way. They stared at Bai Qiu, shocked. To them, who knew Yi Futian, Bai Qiu's words were nothing but a joke. He wanted Yi Futian to be his musical attendant. Where did he get that confidence from? Yu Sheng could not help himself. Sun Xia glanced at Yu Sheng but did not say anything. On the battle platform, Yi Futian was taken aback. Sun Xia had said that Bai Qiu was a prodigy from the Qin clan, a Dharma plane musical sorcerer. It was no wonder that he was so confident. Since the Qin clan is so well known in the Kangyi Kingdom, then their musical sorcery should not be any less inferior to that of Elder Qin, but this did not mean that he would be willing to join the clan. He had only signed up for the Fenghua banquet as a musical sorcerer because of Elder Qin. He was not going to let the elder down. However, to become Bai Qiu's music attendant. The meaning of these two words should be similar to that of a study attendant, a servant who takes care of others. I don't have such a habit, Yi Futian smiled at Bai Qiu and calmly answered. Your music is pure and you possess an extraordinary mindset, but your music is still not perfect. It is obvious that you don't have a good teacher. Why not try it out, said Bai Qiu. His gaze was calm. In Bai Qiu's opinion, if Yi Futian could cultivate under his guidance for a couple of years, he was bound to improve. This was his reason for extending such an offer. No need, chuckled Yi Futian. As a prodigy from the Qin clan, Bai Qiu was indeed exceptional. What Yi Futian played on the guqin was not any specific musical piece but something he came up with on the spot. So, of course, it was not perfect. Bai Qiu did not say much else. To him, this was only a small episode before the Fenghua banquet. Many of the females present looked toward Bai Qiu and thought he was indeed a gentleman, just as the rumors had it. Yi Futian returned to stand beside his friends. Just then, Sun Xia's name was called. The trio was not in a rush to leave, so they decided to stay behind and watched Sun Xia's performance. It was an interesting duel. When Sun Xia stepped off the battle platform, Yi Futian gave her a compliment, "You're very powerful." "You guys are not so bad yourselves," smiled Sun Xia. "All we have to do now is to show up outside of the Imperial Palace in 3 days to attend the Fenghua banquet, correct?" asked Yi Futian. "That's right. In 3 days, everyone will gather for the banquet and the Emperor will grace us with his presence," nodded Sun Xia. "See you in 3 days, Yi Futian said his goodbye and left. Watching them leave, Sun Xia smiled. 3 days later, young cultivators from all over the kingdom would gather outside of the Imperial Palace. Even though Sun Xia had incredible gifts, she only wanted to participate in the banquet. She had no hopes of stealing the spotlight. Those 3 were mere 7-starred glory plane cultivators, so even if they had great gifts, they would only be heads in a crowd. Yi Futian followed the main road out of the Kangyi College campus. Along the way, many more young cultivators arrived. He knew well and clear those who had the courage to sign up for the Fenghua banquet would not be too weak. Stepping out of Kangyi College, there were many elders waiting outside. They had come from all over the kingdom with their juniors. Even if the younger cultivators were unable to become the star of the banquet, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. From the skies, a black winged eagle headed down for landing and stopped in front of Yi Futian and his friends. The 3 of them stepped onto the eagle and the creature lifted them away. Just as they took off, many others did so as well. They were all headed in one direction. There, a group of figures was approaching. They all seemed to be surrounding a single person. That person seemed to steal everyone's attention. Very quickly, the trio also had their attention stolen, looking over to the crowd in the skies. Far away, a magnificent purple gold rock soared through the sky. It was an arcana plane beast. Its entire body was enveloped in a purple golden light, its wings spread out wide, creating great winds every time it flapped its wings. Purple gold rock, Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. It was an extremely rare beast. The rock possessed powers of 3 elements, thunder and lightning, metal, and wind. The beast had great growth potential and fearsome speed as well as extremely powerful attack abilities. Rumors said that the purple gold rock was a distant relative to the golden rock and had the blood of the golden rock running through its veins. On the purple gold rock stood a beautiful young woman. She had an alluring body and beautiful skin. A sweet scent radiated from her person, and her eyes were captivating. In addition to the red dot in between her eyebrows, drawn on with cinnabar, she was a beauty only seen in drawings. So beautiful. "Who is she?" asked someone in the skies. "Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao," answered another, gaze never leaving the young woman. Lin Yueyao, also known as the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, was at the most beautiful age of 18. "Such a beautiful girl," Yi Futian complimented the nearing figure. "Yeah, you like?" asked a voice beside him. Yi Futian turned his attention over to Hua Jieyu who was smiling at him. "But she's still nowhere as beautiful as my fox." Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu glared at him shyly, feeling satisfied with his answer. Although, she had to admit the young woman was indeed very beautiful. The purple gold rock called as it approached. The figure on its back looked towards Yi Futian and as if she could hear what he had said, she smiled. It was as if her eyes could speak. One look was enough to get one's heart beating. Fortunately, Yi Futian was used to this type of teasing from Hua Jieyu. Lin Yueyao's look had no effect on him. With countless eyes glued on her, Lin Yueyao landed and walked into Kangyi College. Many people followed after her. "I want that girl as my wife," said a young man. Everyone around him looked at him as if he were an idiot. He wanted to chase Lin Yueyao. What a dreamer. Maybe if he got on the Fenghua rank, Lin Yueyao would spare him a glance. Haven't gotten enough? Hua Jieyu laughed at Yi Futian, whose gaze had followed Lin Yueyao. "Fox, why don't you remove the veil? I wonder what kinds of expressions they will make when they find out that my girlfriend is way more beautiful in comparison to their number one beauty." Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu gave him a light pinch, but, on the inside, she was melting at his words. He was such a sweet talker. Standing behind the couple, Yusheng averted his gaze. Yi Futian was still the same, shameless. The black winged eagle flapped its wings and flew away. Not long after, they arrived at a lodging nearby. In a court within the lodging, Hua Fenglu was basking in the sun. Nandu Wenin was with him. The two of them together was a beautiful sight. "You guys came back so quickly. Did it go well?" asked Hua Fenglu. "Yes. Now we just have to wait 3 days for the start of the Fenghua banquet," nodded Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin were not surprised. With Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yusheng's gifts, any one of them would be able to make it past the preliminary round without any problems. "Master, Masteress, doesn't it feel like we're a family out on vacation?" Parents, daughter, and son-in-law, smiled Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu laughed. It actually did feel that way. "Then what am I?" Just then, Tang Lan appeared and asked coldly. Yi Futian stood frozen. A concubine?" Tang Lan asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not know what to say. Beside him, Yusheng threw him a look of pity, and walked over to Yi Qingxian. There was no right answer to her question. "Tang Lan, if you're willing, I don't mind," said Nandu Wenin. Yi Futian blinked. Nandu Wenin was actually willing to agree to it. Yi Futian looked at Hua Fenglu and thought, "Master's charisma is so much stronger than mine. Do you really think that's what I'm after?" Tang Lan asked in a cold demeanor. Hua Fenglu coughed and glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian chuckled and looked at Hua Jieyu. She smiled and asked him, "If I also don't mind you taking a concubine, would you want to?" "No, I only like you," answered Yi Futian. He wasn't stupid. If he had said yes, that would be the end of him. Humph. Hua Jieyu smiled lightly. "That's more like it." Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin watched the young couple as they bickered, and a soft smile spread across their faces. After all that had happened in the city of Donghai, they knew how difficult it was for Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu to be together. As parents, they only wished that the young couple could continue to stay by each other's side. "Alright, go cultivate now. The Fenghua banquet is only 3 days away. It will be gathering of the best in all of the Kangyi kingdom. It won't be like how it was at Donghai Academy," said Hua Fenglu. Donghai Academy was only a prefecture academy in the Nanda nation. "Okay," Yi Futian nodded his head lightly. Naturally, he also understood that even though both his natural gifts and combat skills were very strong, amongst the people attending the Fenghua banquet, there would be many Dharma plane cultivators. He had to go above and beyond to get the emperor's attention. It was his only way of getting on the Fenghua rank. Chapter 110, 3 days later, early morning. Yi Futian was practicing a fist form in the courtyard of the inn. His moves were slow, each punch seeming to contain an intriguing charm. His blood was bubbling through his body. One could faintly hear the rumbles, and amongst the rumbling blood, strands of the emperor's mark lit up. It transformed into an air current of the emperor, making his every move contain the emperor's intent. Currently, he was cultivating a set of methods. It was the one given to him by the emperor's will when he was forced into desperation that day. Futian didn't know who created this set of methods or what it was called. Therefore, he named it himself, Imperial Tactics. It was a cliché name but very suitable. When he used this method, his blood would change and spread to every part of his body. It even affected his aura, making him imperial. In addition, every time he practiced this set, he would achieve something. Cultivating with Emperor Yi Qing's enhancement method, he could continuously strengthen his body. Even if he didn't use any spells, he would still be an extremely talented warrior. After training for a bit longer, Yi Futian stopped and looked at the sky. "When do you plan on setting out?" Tang Lan walked over and asked him. "I'm going now." "Aunt Tang, are you all going?" Yi Futian asked. "I'm not interested but your master wants to go." "If I'm free, I'll go too," Tang Lan said indifferently. Yi Futian smiled without saying anything. This was how Tang Lan was. "Then I'll call master and masteress to get going," Yi Futian said. After a short while, they grouped in the courtyard. Then they got onto the demon, soared into the sky, and left the inn. At the same time of their departure, demons and figures all over Kangyi City shot into the sky. They were all going toward the same place, the palace. It seemed that all of the strong ones in the imperial city were in the sky at once. It was a shocking sight. As Yi Futian's group continued advancing, they could vaguely see the various glamorous buildings. It was the palace of Kangyi Kingdom. They continued, getting closer and closer to the palace. Many others were around them and they all looked excited. "Is this the Fenghua banquet? All the young talents of the kingdom are gathered here. I will definitely display my skills at the banquet and have the emperor notice me. I wonder how powerful the talents of the imperial city are like. I really anticipate it." Voices streamed from all directions. Countless people came, some from the imperial city, others from the various cities of the Kangyi Kingdom. They were all the cream of the crop. Otherwise, they wouldn't travel thousands of miles to attend the Fenghua banquet. Yi Futian followed the huge crowd forward. The Fenghua platform outside the palace was already in view. This was where the Fenghua banquet would be held. At this time, a line of figures clad in white floated across the air. They were so handsome. "It's the Qin clan. Bai Qiu is there." Many looked over at the Qin clan. They had to see Bai Qiu, who was the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank in the imperial city. The powerful ones of the demon clan are also here. Many others looked to the back. There, they saw countless demons striding forward. In the center of the crowd was a youth. He was not yet 17 years old but his face was filled with arrogance and aggressiveness. This was Yun Di, the most talented of the demon clan's younger generation. Lin Yueyao. At this time, a purple gold rock flew past with a beautiful figure atop it, attracting many gazes instantly. She was extremely talented and was also known as the #1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom. Probably no one was as attractive as her. Even Bai Qiu of the Qin clan and many members of the demon clan couldn't help but look over at Lin Yueyao. Hua Fenglu and the others observed quietly. At the moment, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng were not eye-catching. No one noticed them but Hua Fenglu knew that at the end of the banquet, they would shine the brightest. They would overwhelm the pride of the Kangyi city. Finally, they arrived at the Fenghua platform. Many guards stood around the majestic platform, keeping the order. This battle platform had a long history. It was where the emperor commanded the generals. It was also where the emperor tested the princes and officials. The emperor's royal seat was at an extremely high place directly before the Fenghua platform. It was very majestic. Nobody who came, whether it be those who rode demons or flew on their swords, dared to be higher than that position. It was where the emperor sat. Who dared to be higher than the emperor? Only the nobles and the most powerful talents of Kangyi City were qualified to sit on either side of the royal seat. They had to be personally given the ability by the emperor to observe the Fenghua banquet with him. There were many outstanding men close to the royal seat. One of them was a youth. He gazed at the swarming crowd around the Fenghua platform. His cool gaze had a slight tinge of arrogance. Many attendees saw him too. "Is that the young Lord Yi Wuchen?" many people murmured. Yi Wuchen was one of the most popular contenders for this year's Fenghua banquet. He had already entered the second level of the Dharma plane. It was difficult to find an opponent for him under the age of 20. "Wuchen, you are a lord, but you still must display your strongest abilities today. His Majesty will not help you cheat," his father Lord Yi said beside him. "I must win," Yi Wuchen said. Very resolute. Lord Yi smiled and nodded. As more and more people arrived, the sky and ground were all filled with people. The Fenghua banquet was the most important banquet of the Kangyi kingdom. The entire kingdom paid attention to it. The skies outside the palace were not off limits on this day, so more people would witness the banquet. The sun rose and sunlight shone down, falling onto the royal seat. A line of carriages rode out from the palace. The emperor and empress sat in the center. Everyone stared as soon as they appeared. All the nobles besides the royal seat stood up. The figures sitting on their demons in the sky stood up too. They all looked in the direction of the carriage. The emperor, empress, princes, and princesses descended from the carriage and walked forward. The emperor sat in the royal seat, the empress, princes, and princesses sat behind him. "Greetings, your majesty and your highness," the nobles all rose and greeted with a bow. After that, everyone else bowed down as well. The sound seemed to shake the world and was extremely spectacular. The emperor of Kangyi Kingdom seemed to be around 30 years old. He was not handsome, but he had the aura of an emperor. Even when he smiled, he still looked distinguished. The empress was extremely beautiful. She was dressed glamorously but looked composed. She seemed to be around 25 years old but was much older than that. Her looks were comparable to Nanda Wanin. The emperor smiled and waved at everyone. "Today is the Fenghua banquet. The stars are the young talents of our Kangyi kingdom. There is no need for the formalities. Let us be relaxed." "Thank you, your majesty." The people bowed once more. When the emperor took his seat, the others sat down as well. The Fenghua banquet is where all the pride of the younger generation is gathered. Here, I hope everyone will forget their concerns. No matter who you are, please display your skills to the fullest. I hope to see the most brilliant of the younger generation. If anyone runs into trouble in the imperial city due to their performance here, I will execute the culprit, even if he is a noble or a clan. The emperor spoke coolly, but his words were powerful. There would definitely be many who would display extraordinary talents at the Fenghua banquet. There would also definitely be those who earn hatred due to defeating a genius of a clan. Similarly, others would be invited to join a group because of their amazing ability but reject the invitation, resulting in some consequences. The emperor could not tolerate these. This was the banquet he held personally. Anyone who dared to make trouble would be offending the emperor and must be punished accordingly. All the people from outside the imperial city were reassured by these words. They could display their talents to their fullest at the Fenghua banquet without any concern. The emperor was supporting them. In addition, I will name 10 people for the Fenghua rank. All will be rewarded. The top 3 can request something from me. Unless it is too harsh, I will fulfill your wishes, the emperor continued. Then he laughed and said, "If you like any of the princes or princesses and wish to marry them, I might agree." With that, all the nobles laughed. Many looked to the princes and princesses beside the emperor. They were all extraordinary figures, especially the 2 beautiful princesses. Many felt ready to try. Maybe they really could become the princess's husband. But remembering that only the top 3 of the Fenghua rank were qualified, they could only smile bitterly. Indeed, those who could enter the top 3 were the best of the best. The emperor would not lose anything if they could marry the princesses. Should I try marrying a princess? Yi Futian looked at a princess. She was so beautiful. Even if I don't make top 3, I can still marry a prince, right? Hua Jieyu grinned at Yi Futian. I'm joking. Yi Futian surrendered immediately. Even without looking at her talent, Hua Jieyu was more beautiful than the #1 beauty of Kangyi Kingdom. There was no competition. Alright, those attending the Fenghua banquet, please step forward. Everyone else, please step back. Prepare to start, the emperor said. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Xing quickly got onto the Black Winged Eagle and went forward. Every other attendee also approached the Fenghua platform. The others retreated, making a clear division. The Fenghua banquet was about to start. Chapter 111, on the Fenghua platform, a group of elders clad in Kangyi College uniforms stepped up. They gathered at the front of the platform and split into different sections. After, they placed the stacks of bookmarks in their hands on the platform and organized them. The names on the bookmarks were those of this year's Fenghua banquet participants. Over 10,000 bookmarks meant that there were over 10,000 attendees. One could only imagine how difficult it would be to get picked by the emperor and make it on the Fenghua rank. These elders were all cultivators in the Arcana plane and had extremely high cultivation. Most of them had photographic memory. Wang Teng, Zhuo Fei, Li Yun. At this time, the elders began to call out names. People who had their names flew down to land on the stage. There were those who could fly, those who were dropped off by beasts, or even those who jumped off their beasts' backs. All of this commotion caused the platform to shake. 100 bookmarks were withdrawn from the piles, which meant that 100 people had their names called. Very quickly, all these people gathered on the platform. The Fenghua platform was massive and could easily accommodate 100 people. Everyone was able to stand comfortably in a different area. All of these people were in the 6-starred glory plane, which was the minimum allowed to attend the Fenghua banquet. If one was in any plane lower than such, it was unnecessary to participate in the banquet. Amongst these 100 people, only 3 of you will make it to the next round. Of course, it is also completely possible that not a single person makes it. So, you may begin to demonstrate your talents now. Remember, you may choose to forfeit. Once someone forfeits, everyone else is forbidden from making further attacks on that participant. Also, no life-threatening injuries are allowed, said an elder from Kangyi College. Choosing 1 out of 100. There were too many people participating in the Fenghua banquet and thus, it was necessary to quickly filter out the most outstanding people from the beginning. Starting from those of the same plane was the fairest. It was a way for the best talents to stand out from the rest. At least then, they wouldn't be eliminated right off the bat. In a split second, spiritual chi exploded on the platform. It became extremely hectic. Sorcerers immediately put distance between themselves and the rest, while martial arts cultivators were looking for the perfect opportunity. Quickly, someone began to attack those around them. With this one attack, the battle began. In the air and on the ground, countless pairs of eyes focused on the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian was also watching seriously. Only qualified people could participate in the Fenghua banquet, there were no weaklings. Many participants had already revealed their gifts in both martial arts and sorcery. There were also those who were multi-element sorcerers and of course, there were many mandate sorcerers. The battle was fierce. In this messy battle, there were those who were powerful but got surrounded and attacked by multiple people. This type of chaotic battle was truly testing. Just because one was powerful did not mean that they would make it to the end. Unless they had an absolute advantage over the rest. However, it was only a battle of 6-starred glory plane cultivators. Many spectators were interested. Those who got the most applause was usually above the 8-starred glory plane. Anyone below that almost never got picked by the emperor. After the first group of talents concluded their battle, an elder from the Kangyi College announced that no one had passed. All of them were eliminated. Even the person who had won the battle. The lower the level, the stronger your gifts have to be. It's the only way to move forward, everyone thought to themselves. Following that, another 100 people were called and another round of chaotic battle ensued. There were not many 6-starred glory plane participants, not even 1,000. After they were all done, the elders began to call on the 7-starred glory plane participants. More people were interested in the 7-starred glory plane battles. It was bound to be fiercer. Finally, Yu Sheng's name was called out. Yi Futian sent him down to the platform. But at the Fenghua banquet, Yu Sheng's name did not pique anyone's interest. No one knew who he was or how strong he was. All they knew was that he had an imposing stature. Among the people called on along with Yu Sheng, everyone was only interested in one, Yun Di of the Demon Clan. He was a young man gifted by the heavens. Not even 17 yet, he had already made it into the 7-starred glory plane. He was also a beast tamer. Yun Di was naturally close with the beasts and had the ability to tame them. On top of that, he was also a mandate sorcerer. Yun Di's skin was dark, and he had a small stature but exuded a wild aura. As soon as he stepped onto the battle platform, he was the star of the show. This young man who was only in the 7-starred glory plane was said to be qualified to get picked by the emperor. From this, it was easy to see just how outstanding he was. These people have the worst luck to be grouped with Yun Di. They would have been alright had they been grouped with anyone else in the 7-starred glory plane, but it just had to be Yun Di. Many people began to discuss. Yi Futian listened in on the discussions going on around him and was able to figure out what kind of person Yun Di was. He looked at Yu Sheng and let out a smile. Yu Sheng was able to run into a strong candidate for the Fenghua banquet in his first battle. Yun Di was going to make sure Yu Sheng stood out. They were getting lucky. Besides Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, Sun Xia from Kangyi College was probably the only other person who knew Yu Sheng. She quietly shook her head. To be in the same battle as Yun Di, it looked like Yu Sheng was going to get eliminated in this first round. On the Fenghua platform, everyone focused their attention on Yun Di. They watched as he placed a leaf between his lips and music sounded. The sounds were piercing to the ears. In the skies, many of the beasts became irritable. They were the beasts people were riding on. Whoosh! A glory plane beast abandoned its master and rushed toward Yun Di. Its master was another participant of the Fenghua banquet. He fell helplessly from the skies. He did not cultivate in the element of wind and that was why he had to ride a beast, but now, his beast was being controlled by someone else. This person was not alone. Quickly, more people ended up in a similar situation. All the flying beasts below the Dharma plane had abandoned their masters and headed toward Yun Di. Make your move. Many young cultivators charged at Yun Di. They were ready to gang up on him. Even though there was still a chance that they might not pass this round, at least their chances would increase if they defeated Yun Di. But in this moment, a fearsome monster tide erupted on the Fenghua platform. A horde of beasts attacked. Even, many of participants with higher cultivation could not withstand the attack of the united beasts and were all thrown onto the ground. Spectators were speechless upon witnessing this scene. The emperor's gaze fell on Yun Di, and he let out a look of admiration. Not long after, almost everyone on the platform had fallen. Those who had not fallen chose to forfeit. How were they supposed to battle when Yun Di summoned that many demon beasts? No surprise here, laughed bystanders. They pitted those grouped with Yun Di. Yun Di stopped blowing on the leaf but the beasts continued to revolve around him. A strange sight indeed. Just then, Yun Di noticed there was still one person standing. It looked as if he had not moved an inch from the beginning. Aren't you going to forfeit? Yun Di looked at the young man with the large stature and questioned. Thank you for clearing those people out for me, said Yu Sheng. His words shocked everyone in the audience. Did he just thank Yun Di for clearing the way for him? Yi Futian blinked. Yu Sheng had changed a lot since coming with Yi Futian. The things he said were, well said. Yun Di was dumbfounded at first, but a smile spread quickly on his face. He placed the leaf back between his lips and began to blow. Along with the melody, the beasts around Yundi were once again placed in a wild trance and immediately charged towards Yusheng. A fierce golden light enveloped Yusheng's body like the armor of a war god. As a wild falcon rushed toward him, Yusheng reached out his large hand and met with the falcon's talons. In a split second, his hand clasped down and grabbed onto the falcon's sharp talons. Next, Yusheng swung the falcon around with one arm. He flung the beast forward and with a loud crash, he had downed several beasts with the sheer force of his throw. The people were dumbfounded. After that, the beasts became more crazed. However, Yusheng took one step forward and the whole Fenghua platform began to shake. In this moment, people mistook this young man of imposing stature for a beast in human form. They watched as Yusheng threw a punch toward a beast and it was thrown through the air. Boom! Boom! Yusheng took a couple more steps on the platform and reached out both hands. With his bare hands, he caught a red-winged tiger. The beast had tried to charge at Yusheng's neck but he managed to hold its mouth open with both hands and then ripped the beast open from the mouth. Is he really human? Everyone's heart was pounding. They realized that the beasts were no longer listening to Yundi's orders. They no longer dared to attack. Yundi was a beast tamer and not a beast master. He did not have total control over the beasts. Under extreme fear, the beasts would no longer listen to him. Yundi's expression darkened. He removed the leaf from his mouth and released his life spirit. It was a ferocious demon lion. Just the king of the beasts, Yundi's body moved quickly. Just like most demon beasts, he was swift and violent. His movements agile as a monkey. As Yundi got closer to Yusheng, he flew into the air, nimble as a leopard. Like a flash of lightning, he appeared in the air above Yusheng and the apparition of a lion appeared on his body. His hand morphed into a large paw with sharp claws, ready to claw at Yusheng's head at full force. Yusheng's reflexes were extremely quick and his body moved swiftly like a ghost. His hand reached out towards the sky and met with Yundi's sharp claws. A strong force threw Yundi back. Just as Yundi tried to take this opportunity to leave, Yusheng took one step into the air and flew towards to grab Yundi by the arm. In the next moment, everyone watched as Yusheng picked Yundi up and then smashed him into the ground. The Fenghua platform shook once again. Around the platform, everyone was in complete silence. When Yusheng stood up straight and looked toward the emperor, everyone was shaking in their boots. It seemed that at today's Fenghua banquet, the prodigies that everyone put their money on weren't undefeatable after all. Yundi had already been defeated in battle with someone in the same plane. Chapter 112, Yusheng became the center of attention with one battle. Of the most popular contenders for the Fenghua rank, Yundi was the only one in the 7-star glory plane because he had very high demon training talents. He could control all demons under the Dharma plane, and even demons of the Dharma plane would be affected. He was also a mandate sorcerer with high combat abilities. With his first battle, he summoned countless beasts and was brilliant. However, this was all done to make someone else look better in comparison. Everyone thought of the thanks Yusheng had said. He was such a jerk. Sun Xia's heart trembled. It seemed that Yusheng had only shown the tip of the iceberg at the pre-test in the Kangyi College. Was this his true power? This was crazy. The people of the demon clan in the air looked aghast. They had put so much hope in Yundi, but he was defeated in the first round. The opponent was even on the same plane. With this, they knew that Yundi's name would not appear in the Fenghua rank. Someone of the same plane was more outstanding than him. At this moment, the emperor sat in the royal seat. He noticed Yusheng look over as if observing him. There was no reverence at all. Yusheng seemed to just want to see what the emperor was like. As expected, different from everyone else, the emperor said with a chuckle. He naturally would not be angry at Yusheng for a look. He was the emperor and had the tolerance of an emperor. The point of the Fenghua banquet was to find the most impressive of the younger generation in Kangyi Kingdom. This was why he ordered that anyone who hurt the attendees of the Fenghua banquet would be executed. He would not do so either, of course. Otherwise, how would he be able to continue the banquet? The nearby nobles heard the emperor's words and realized that he thought highly of Yu Sheng. From the youth's aggressive performance, they could see that he was practically born for battle. Only Yi Futian was not surprised. How could anyone of the same plane defeat Yu Sheng? Yu Sheng, Yun Di, pass, the elder from Kangyi College announced. He kept the bookmarks with their names and put away all the rest. This was expected. Yun Di had lost, but he wouldn't end here. Yu Sheng started back. He looked up into the sky and then pushed off from the Fenghua platform. He shot up into the sky like a sword. Wind. Yi Futian reached out. Wind blew past and wrapped around Yu Sheng. Using this gust of wind, Yu Sheng landed onto the black winged eagle. Many people looked in the direction of the eagle. This way, they also saw Yi Futian and the veiled Hua Jieyu. The three all looked familiar. No one knew who they were or where they came from. The dean continued to name people and the battles went on. Outstanding figures continued to appear, but there were no collisions like Yu Sheng and Yun Di. As the battles continued, Yi Futian finally heard his name. However, the name after his was Hua Jieyu. He was stunned. They had been put into the same round. The two met eyes and smiled. Then the wind wrapped around them and took them downward. They descended upon the Fenghua platform like a pair of ethereal lovers, instantly attracting the gazes of many. They were with Yu Sheng, and Yu Sheng's battle had been too amazing. In the air, Bai Qiu from the Qin clan looked at Yi Futian. They had met 3 days ago. He had invited Yi Futian to be his musical attendant but was rejected. Now, he realized that Yi Futian had a reason for the confidence. If Yu Sheng was this powerful, Yi Futian couldn't be much worse. Lin Yueyao, known as the #1 beauty of Kangyi, also looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She was also curious because she had heard what Yi Futian had said to Hua Jieyu that day. Though the girl was veiled, her figure and aura were both amazing. Her facial features must be beautiful as well. However, Lin Yueyao didn't believe Hua Jieyu could be prettier than her. The demon clan though did not look friendly. It was clearly because of Yu Sheng. Coincidentally, there were 2 disciples of the demon clan in this round. The emperor had ordered that conflicts from the Fenghua banquet could not be avenged for in private. However, there was no problem in doing so during the banquet. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walked to a place and Yi Futian sat down. His Guqin spirit appeared and fell behind him. Hua Jieyu stood quietly beside him as if she didn't care for the battle. Music rose. The graceful melody traveled from the Guqin spirit behind Yi Futian. It made one feel comfortable as if it wasn't a musical spell for battle. The 2 demon clan disciples walked towards them. One held a flute, which he brought to his lips and played. There was instantly an eerie sound. Glory plane demons rustled in the air again, making all the masters of the demons upset. Did they bring their beasts here just so the demon clan could use them? However, though the demons seemed to riot, they didn't leave. Spiritual chi gathered before the flutist and transformed into a vague demon. It charged toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. His tactics were similar to a conjurer's but were not as powerful as the demon a conjurer could draw. Hua Jieyu reached out. An invisible spiritual storm appeared instantly, stopping the demon created by spiritual chi. Then she clenched a fist and the demon scattered into the spiritual chi again. You fight and I'll support, Yi Futian murmured. One needed to show their talents to pass the Fenghua banquet, so avoiding the fight was unrealistic. Yi Futian couldn't perform by himself either. That way, Hua Jieyu would be unnecessary. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded lightly. Music flowed into her ears endlessly, but they were not offensive spells. They were supplementary spells. Hua Jieyu felt her spiritual energy increase at that moment. She walked before Yi Futian, a glint appearing in her pretty eyes. Following that, there was a shocking amount of spiritual qi around her. Boom! The two demon clan members felt their bodies stiffen. A gust of huge power dropped directly onto them, forcing their bodies to fly up involuntarily. The others preparing to fight on the platform were shocked. They all looked at the demon clan members. Then they saw Wood Elemental's spiritual qi turn into vines that swept toward the two, hurling them into the air. "Deal with these two first," someone on the Fenghua platform murmured. Everyone looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Then, aggressive auras exploded towards the two. The strong figures of the Fenghua platform vaguely surrounded them. But Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu didn't seem to notice. Yi Futian continued to play his guqin. The wood elemental spiritual qi around Hua Jieyu grew more violent until it was about to turn into a storm. The next moment, she released the lock of 1,000 vines. Endless vines swept in all directions from Hua Jieyu's side. The lock of 1,000 vines was a pretty powerful controlling spell of the wood elemental sorcery. Many people would cultivate it, but different people had different power. Hua Jieyu's spiritual energy was terrifying. With this, she was able to control the spiritual qi of all elements. Thus, she could naturally release spells of any type of element. Many of those who saw the incoming vines flashed or used spells and martial arts techniques to hack at the vines. However, with Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's teamwork, the lock of 1,000 vines became extremely strong. Many people were curled up and thrown into the distance. However, some powerful figures also used extremely strong momentum to rush up for close-range fighting. Long-distance fighting was definitely a disaster when faced with two spiritual sorcerers. When two figures approached, Hua Jieyu reached out her slender hands and they were instantly immobilized. She slowly floated up, shining like a fairy. The two powerful cultivators were unable to break free from the invisible strength. With rustles, the vines snaked toward them and tossed them out. "I don't want to hurt anyone. Just surrender," Hua Jieyu said softly. Still hovering in the air, another sharp metal elemental storm burst around her. It gathered into swords and spears, dancing around her. Everyone understood that Hua Jieyu had not shown her true powers yet. If she used an offensive spell after releasing the lock of 1,000 vines, it would be a catastrophe for many. They all felt despair. The power of a musical sorcerer and an offensive spiritual sorcerer working together was terrifying. "Her spiritual energy seems powerful," many murmured as they gazed at Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's musical spell had also increased her power, resulting in the current situation. Many people began to give up and leave, depressed. They used to say they were geniuses and were the strong ones in their planes. Now, they knew they were just a big fish in a small pond. "Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, pass," the Kangyi College elder announced. Yi Futian did not fight, but it was clear from how he helped Hua Jieyu that he could do much more. Yi Futian bowed slightly to the emperor and prepared to leave with Hua Jieyu. "You should join the Qin clan," someone in the air said. Yi Futian looked up and saw Bai Qiu. "I had misunderstood you before and wanted you to be my musical attendant. I realize you're more talented than I had imagined. I doubt you would be satisfied with being a musical attendant. With your current attainments, you might be equal to me after 1 or 2 years in the Qin clan," Bai Qiu said. Many people looked over at him. It seemed that Yi Futian's musical sorcery had impressed Bai Qiu and made him want to have Yi Futian for himself. He even said that Yi Futian might be equal to him in 1 or 2 years. That was an extremely high praise for Yi Futian. Chapter 113, Bai Qiu was already a musical sorcerer in the Dharma plane and Yi Futian was only in the 7-starred glory plane. It would be difficult enough to just catch up to Bai Qiu's current level in the span of 1 or 2 years. Musical sorcerers should indeed enter the Qin clan for cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Bai Qiu with a peculiar expression. This was his second offer to Yi Futian. The first was to offer him a position as his musical attendant. This second time, even though he now had a better impression of Yi Futian, one could still hear from his tone of voice that Bai Qiu still felt superior to Yi Futian. With your current attainments, you might be equal to me after 1 or 2 years in the Qin clan. Did Yi Futian need 1 or 2 years? And must he enter the Qin clan in order to do so? Just as he was about to reject the offer, a rough, irritated voice said, "Will you shut up?" Everyone turned their eyes over to the origin of the voice and saw Yusheng standing atop the black winged eagle in the skies. He looked at Bai Qiu with an icy expression. Last time when Bai Qiu had asked Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, Yusheng was already pissed. Now, that Bai Qiu was showing his superiority over Yi Futian once again, Yusheng could not hold back anymore. To others, Bai Qiu's offer might have been a sign of his approval towards Yi Futian. The basis of that assumption was that even they thought Bai Qiu was better than Yi Futian. However, Yusheng had the exact opposite opinion. To Yusheng, Bai Qiu's offer was a blatant insult to Yi Futian, and the reason why he was so irritated. Many people gave Yusheng strange looks. On the other hand, members of the Qin clan did not have a good expression on their faces. Bai Qiu was a representative of the younger generation members of the Qin clan. Outside of the clan, Bai Qiu was a representative of the clan's reputation. In their eyes, Bai Qiu admired Yi Futian's abilities and thus invited him to join the Qin clan, but was berated by Yusheng. Even though your talents are impressive and is incredibly strong, to speak like that is still a little out of line. Bai Qiu did not say anything in reply to Yusheng's outburst. It was another member of the Qin clan who spoke. Scram! Yusheng said nothing else. He did not want to waste his breath. You, the young clan member, glared at Yusheng. How could he be so rude? The things he says are just as crazy as the way he fights. Everyone looked at Yusheng. He was talking to members of the Qin clan and particularly, at the clan's Dharma Plain prodigy, Bai Qiu. He really did not show them any respect. Bai Qiu did a once-over of Yusheng and smiled. Then, he turned to say to Yi Futian, "I extended an offer to you out of the kindness of my heart. If you were not interested then, so be it. However, we are at the Fenghua banquet, in the presence of the emperor. Your friend is truly lacking proper etiquette." Yi Futian's pupils contracted slightly. Bai Qiu was insinuating that Yusheng had no respect for the emperor. Lifting his head to look at Bai Qiu, Yi Futian smiled and said, "Will you shut up?" The same question Yusheng asked. Yusheng was only enraged because it regarded Yi Futian. Even if he was in the wrong, Yi Futian would not take any other side in front of outsiders. Besides, Yi Futian also did not like Bai Qiu much. In the huge venue, many people watched Yi Futian. These people were really interesting. Bai Qiu and the members of the Qin clan were rendered speechless by Yi Futian's utterance. Although Bai Qiu still had a smile on his face, everyone could tell that it was an awkward smile. "I'll see you on the Fenghua platform," said Bai Qiu coldly. He said nothing more after that. Yi Futian did not care. A gust of wind brushed over Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The two of them were lifted into the air and onto the back of the black winged eagle. Yi Futian glared quickly at Yusheng. Does this guy know how to keep a low profile? Yusheng gave him a carefree smile. It was a good-natured smile, unlike his ferocious self a while ago. The battles continued and participants joined non-stop. There were indeed many prodigies in the crowd. After the 7-starred Glory Plane cultivators were done, it was time for the higher-level cultivators. 8-starred Glory Plane, 9-starred Glory Plane, the battles were getting more and more intense. More and more extremely talented people emerged. Disregarding natural gifts and talents, if one was in a higher plane, it would be easier to get noticed by the emperor. Yi Futian and the rest stayed on the black winged eagle's back as they continued to observe the battles. Inwardly they thought, the Fenghua banquet is indeed a gathering of talents in the Kangyi kingdom. Some participants were indeed very outstanding. Yi Futian took notice of an 8-starred glory plane participant. It was a girl, beautiful and pure. She was not lacking in comparison to Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao. The reason why she stood out to Yi Futian was her occupation class. She was a conjurer but also an inscriber. During the battle, she was able to simultaneously display her talents in both classes through drawing. Her name was Hua Zhixin. As soon as she appeared on the battle platform, she was the center of attention. Spectators began to discuss about. It seemed that she was pretty well known. Of course, the Kangyi Kingdom's number beauty, Lin Yueyao, received more attention when she appeared because she was more attractive. Besides these two participants, there were others in the glory plane who stood out from the rest but none that attracted as much attention as the two beauties. After everyone in the glory plane was finished, it was already almost dusk. Next, it was time for the Dharma plane cultivators. There was nowhere as many Dharma plane participants as there was in the glory plane. There were only a couple hundred people, and most of them were first-level Dharma plane cultivators. The battle between Dharma plane cultivators was far more ferocious than that of the glory plane cultivators. When all participants began to release their realization of Dharma, everything became a blur for the audience. Especially because it was a chaotic battle between so many people. It was a truly thrilling scene. Every individual battle was enough to get people's hearts racing. Yi Futian paid close attention to the Dharma plane battles. He also took notice of Baiqiu's battle. Baiqiu was arrogant and rightfully so, because he did possess the gifts and talents. During the battle, he stayed to one side and played a piece. No one was able to even get close to him and this was what made him stand out amongst everyone else. Besides Baiqiu, several of the Dharma plane students from Kangyi College were also very powerful. There was also a young man, who people called Young Lord. His sword skills were eye-opening. Yi Futian had his name memorized, Yi Wuchen. They shared a surname. Finally, after all battles had ceased, only a little over 200 of the initial 10,000-plus participants had passed. They were allowed to continue competing in this year's Fenghua banquet. The night had fallen and the skies were now pitch black, but outside the imperial palace, the lights illuminated the Fenghua platform. The emperor stood from his throne and everyone followed suit immediately. A figure walked out from beside the emperor and said with a smile, "His Majesty has set up a feast in the imperial palace. All participants who have passed today may follow His Majesty into the palace." Everyone nodded lightly. It was a banquet after all, there must be a feast. Besides, during the battles, those of true talent were able to share a meal with the emperor. It would be a formal and official meeting with the emperor. That was why they must filter out only the best of the best in this first round and why there were only 200 some people left from over 10,000 participants. Yi Futian and his friends traveled to the back of the crowd and arrived in front of Hua Fenglu and the rest. He said, "Master, we're going to head into the imperial palace. Once the dinner is over, we'll head back to the inn." "Go," smiled Hua Fenglu. There was no need to worry. The emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom seemed to be an open-minded person. His reason for holding the Fenghua banquet was to search for talented cultivators. Naturally, there was no need for Hua Fenglu to worry about anything happening to the trio in the palace. Yi Futian turned back and the three youngsters walked towards the imperial palace. The emperor left first in his carriage. The participants had others to lead the way. Passing the Fenghua platform was the Fenghua gate. After that, was a straight road to the imperial palace. The palace architecture had its own unique style. The large group was led into the royal garden. The environment was extremely beautiful, extravagant but not lacking elegance. The emperor and empress were already waiting in the garden. Everyone approached to bow and make their greetings. No need to be too formal, just treat this as a regular family dinner. "Sit as you please," smiled the emperor. Then, he took his own seat with the empress. Only then did everyone take a seat. Everyone had their own small table. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng all sat at their own tables. Today was the beginning of the Fenghua banquet. Everyone present now is the pride of the younger generation in the Kangyi kingdom. You guys are the future of our country. The Empress and I toast to you all. The Emperor lifted his wine glass and everyone followed right after. When the Fenghua banquet comes to an end, I know that not everyone will be pleased with the results. However, to have reached this point, you already proved your talent. Even if you are unable to advance after tomorrow, please do not be discouraged, said the Emperor. Everyone seated below was of the younger generation and not suited to have conversation with the Emperor, so they just sat and listened. The Emperor continued with a smile, I know that you guys won't be able to let loose with me here. I will let these youngsters stay to socialize with you guys and I'll take my leave now. No one is allowed to leave too early today or else it will hurt my pride. After he finished, the Emperor left with a smile, the Empress following alongside him. However, the two princes and the two princesses stayed behind. The people present today could very well become important people in the Kangyi kingdom. It would not hurt for the princes and princesses to become acquainted with them early on. This was another purpose of tonight's feast. Alright, now that father has left, you guys can let loose, laughed a prince. Everyone laughed as well, and there was a change in the atmosphere. The princes and princesses were of a similar age as everyone seated at the dinner. There was no need to be overly formal amongst a group of all youths. After all, they were all cultivators with outstanding gifts and talents, so compared to ordinary people, they were not as awestruck by royalty. This is my first time to see goddess Lin Yueyao at such close proximity. You are indeed a beauty previously only seen in paintings, the prince complimented Lin Yueyao. She is indeed the #1 beauty of Kangyi kingdom. It's not just rumors, said a person in the crowd. It's simply a title others have given me as a joke. Your Highness had overpraised me, Lin Yueyao replied with a hint of a smile. In a moment like this, how can we not have some music, asked a gentle voice. It was one of the princesses. She looked towards Bai Qiu and Yi Futian. Both musical sorcerers were extremely handsome, gentlemanly, and talented. The music of the Qin clan is not suited for this atmosphere. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, princess, smiled Bai Qiu. However, during today's Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian played and Hua Jieyu danced. They complemented each other so well, truly a match made in heaven. Why don't you guys take this chance to impress everyone with your performance? Everyone at the venue smiled at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Earlier today, the trio really did steal the show with their abilities. Furthermore, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were obviously a couple. Their collaborative performance during the Fenghua banquet was just too pleasing. Chapter 114, Bai Qiu smiled while looking in Yi Futian's direction but it faded quickly. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng were enjoying the food and hadn't even glanced at him. The emperor's banquet is so nice with great food and wine. Fox, eat your fill, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu with a smile. Okay. Hua Jieyu smiled back while Yu Sheng stared at them in annoyance. Bai Qiu's smile froze on his face. Was he ignored just like this? Princess Yilingxi was around the same age as Yi Futian. She gazed at Yi Futian's handsome side profile, her lips seeming to curl into a smile. This guy is too bad, she thought. She obviously knew that Bai Qiu was trying to make things difficult for Yi Futian, but what was more embarrassing than being ignored? It was even worse for someone of Bai Qiu's status. Everyone else looked over. Some were looking for the drama, others thought that Bai Qiu was looking for trouble for himself. After all, they had already had conflicts at today's Fenghua banquet. If he targeted Yi Futian now, the youth obviously would not treat him with respect. However, Yi Futian's response was a bit special. Or rather, he didn't respond at all. Of course, some others thought that Yi Futian was too conceited. After all, Bai Qiu was at the Dharma plane and was the representative of the Qin clan. He had been taunted by Yu Sheng and Yi Futian for his invitation earlier. Now, he spoke but was ignored. Furthermore, it was the princess who spoke first. If someone asks a question, you should reply no matter what your answer is, a voice said. The speaker was one of the Kangyi College students. There were many talented students of Kangyi College, 8 were present at the banquet. Sun Xia, whom Yi Futian knew, was here too, but she wasn't the one who spoke. Instead, it was the even more talented Yu Jiang. He was one of those who didn't like Yi Futian. After all, Bai Qiu was someone at his level. Yi Futian put down his wine and looked around. His gaze landed in the direction of the Kangyi College. He had met Yu Jiang at the college. The day of the pre-test, Sun Xia had pointed out Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu, saying that they were popular contenders of the Fenghua banquet. Yi Futian looked directly at Yu Jiang. He watched as the other lifted his glass and sipped it without breaking the eye contact. In Yu Jiang's eyes, Yi Futian's group was talented but they were too arrogant. Are we close? Yi Futian's smile was more like a smirk. Of course not, and I don't wish to be either. Yu Jiang set down his wine. But since the princess invited you, shouldn't you respond? It's all right. It was just the spur of the moment, Yi Lingxi said, seeing that the mood was off. Her beautiful smile was like a spring breeze that blew away a bit of the awkwardness. Princess, your tolerance is impressive, but some people think too highly of themselves, Yu Jiang continued. This is the banquet held by the emperor, but some come with veiled faces. This is too self-conceited. Even Lin Yueyao, the top beauty of Kangyi, is not like this. He was obviously targeting Hua Jieyu. My father said earlier that this is just like a family banquet. There is no need to feel restricted and there is no need to push others, Prince Yi Danshan said, seeing that Yu Jiang still wouldn't let the matter go. They were all proud people and rivals at the Fenghua banquet. It was natural that there would be some conflicts. This further tested their reactions and processing abilities. Seeing that both a princess and prince had spoken, Yi Futian couldn't be too disrespectful. He smiled at Princess Yi Lingxi and said, Indeed, I know a court dance and I am willing to play it for you. With that, Yi Futian walked out alone. He came to the peach trees behind the banquet and sat down with crossed legs. As for Bai Qiu's suggestion of having Hua Jieyu dance and what Yu Jiang said about the veil, he ignored both of them. He respected the princess but not those two. His Guqin spirit appeared. A graceful melody traveled into everyone's ears, pulling everyone into the artistic conception of the song. The melody of the white feathers garment was a superb court dance song and suited the current atmosphere. As the music played, the mood became more natural. Drinking under the festive atmosphere, many people were involuntarily influenced. This piece makes me feel that all the court dance songs from the past were nothing, Yi Danshan praised. However, it feels like something is missing. This is a dance song. It is naturally missing a beauty, Bai Qiu said with a smile as he glanced at Hua Jieyu again. But the beauty refuses to entertain us. Yu Xing stood up, his expression extremely cold. Bai Qiu was stirring trouble. The music was affected as well, growing cooler. Seeing this situation, Princess Yi Lingxi smiled and said, If there are no complaints, I can embarrass myself a little. Shock flashed past everyone's eyes at these words. Would the princess dance personally? Princess, no, Yu Jiang said. How could a princess dance for Yi Futian? I was just joking. The princess mustn't take it seriously, Bai Qiu said. I am suddenly in the mood to do so. The music is so beautiful that someone must dance for it. Why can't I? As Yi Lingxi spoke, she walked up to Yi Futian. Her long dress fluttered as she danced. Beautiful, Yi Danshan praised while everyone was still shocked. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the dancing Princess Yi Lingxi and the music performer Yi Futian. Under the moonlight, peach blossoms covered the ground around them like a painting. If news of today's banquet spreads, it will become a beautiful legend, someone said. Many nodded in agreement. Before, they'd thought that the princess would be lowering herself by dancing. Now, they realized that it was a type of grace and this performance was indeed beautiful. Miss Zhixin, would you be able to add some color to this scene? Yi Danchen asked Hua Zhixin. Hua Zhixin smiled and walked to the peach trees. Using her hand as a brush, she gathered the spiritual qi into various spiritual birds. Cuckoos, cranes, and phoenixes flew in the air. They circled Yi Futian and Yi Lingxi, instantly making one feel that they were looking at a painting of fairies. This should not exist in the human world. So beautiful. Lin Yueyao could not help but praise this either. Yi Futian was extremely handsome and seemed to glow while playing the guqin. With the princess dancing for him and Zhixin's painting, the sight was mesmerizing. At this moment, Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang looked uncomfortable. They didn't like Yi Futian, so they had him perform. They didn't expect for this to become something beautiful. Bai Qiu especially was thinking that if he were the one playing right now, it would be a gorgeous sight. When the song ended, everyone was still intoxicated by the melody. Yi Futian's guqin spirit disappeared. Yi Lingxi looked at him, her eyes sparkling. The music was stunning. Princess, your dancing was beautiful as well, Yi Futian said with a smile. I must have you teach me this song in the future, Yi Lingxi replied and then walked into the crowd. Hua Zhixin nodded lightly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled in reply and returned to his spot. He gazed at the crowd and saw Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang staring at him coldly. His lips curled into a smirk. He had performed well at the Fenghua banquet and both Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu were outstanding. But Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang still wanted to trouble him. They probably thought that the trio was in a lower plane and still looked down on them. Hopefully, this sense of superiority would survive until after the Fenghua banquet. Your Highness, Yi Futian called. Everyone looked over at him and he smiled. There are seniors at home waiting for us to return. I have played a piece, so now I must excuse myself. All right. Yi Danchen smiled and nodded rather than stopping him. If Yi Futian stayed, there might be more conflicts. It would be better if he left. See you tomorrow, Yi Lingxi added. Yi Futian nodded subtly and said, see you at the Fenghua platform. No one knew if he said this to the princess or someone else. After that, the three rose and left. Someone helped them out of the palace. Under the moonlight, the three climbed onto the black winged eagle to return. Was it nice to have the princess dance for you? Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. When we get back, I'll play a piece and you dance for me. It'll be prettier, Yi Futian said, laughing. Sure. Hua Jieyu smiled, but Yi Futian got a bad feeling from her smile. The next morning, countless people gathered around the Fenghua platform. Yesterday, the Fenghua banquet had started. Thousands upon thousands of strong talents came from all over the Kangyi kingdom. Now, only 200 some were left, but they made the spectators much more excited. When Yi Futian's group arrived, many people were already there, the Qin clan, the Kangyi college students, the demon clan, and various forces and nobles were all present. As if sensing something, Yi Futian glanced over and saw Bai Qiu smiling at him. He knew what the smile meant. Yi Futian looked away, ignoring Bai Qiu. The three continued forward, approaching the Fenghua platform to prepare for the battles. Carriages came from the direction of the palace. The emperor and empress came with the princes and princesses. They all sat in their seats. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi were there too, naturally. Yi Lingxi scanned the crowd and smiled at Yi Futian when she saw him. Yi Futian returned the smile and glanced at Hua Jieyu nervously. I'm being polite, what happened after they returned to the inn last night was unforgettable. I don't mind, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Yes, I know, Yi Futian answered. Seeing Hua Jieyu's gentle smile, he almost believed her. At this time, many people rose to bow to the emperor, but he waved his hand. No need for the customs. Please continue. The elder from the Kangyi college walked onto the Fenghua platform. He put the remaining bookmarks into a line. Next, a minority of these names would shine on the Fenghua platform and be known throughout the kingdom. Chapter 115, An elder from Kangyi College organized the bookmarks and pushed a line of them forward. Then, he looked up at the participants waiting in the skies above. Today's portion of the Fenghua banquet will be slightly different from yesterday's. The names I call now will be all those majoring in martial arts cultivation within the glory plane. When you step onto the Fenghua platform, you will do your best to demonstrate your true abilities. Even if you lose, there is still a chance that you might make it into the next round. Naturally, everyone understood what he meant. They were trying to filter out the best martial arts cultivator using gifts and true abilities as determining factors. After that, the elder began to read names off of the bookmarks. One by one, participants headed for the platform. Of course, Yu Sheng's name was also within the ones called. Futian used wind sorcery to send Yu Sheng onto the platform. In the group of over 200 people, there were 40 who were glory plane martial arts cultivators, and amongst them, a majority of them were either 8-starred or 9-starred glory plane cultivators. This was a large disadvantage for those in the 6-starred and 7-starred glory plane. After Yu Sheng stepped onto the battle platform, many participants turned to look at him. It was obvious that they saw Yu Sheng as a dangerous character. "You guys fight first," said Yu Sheng. He then turned and walked to stand quietly at a side of the platform. The air of superiority he gave off rendered everyone speechless. He was too arrogant. To make it to the second day, everyone must possess extraordinary talents. Even though Yu Sheng had an explosive amount of strength, there were still some powerful 9-starred glory plane cultivators present. How dare he be so conceited? Yi Futian blinked and smacked himself in the head. "It's my fault," he grumbled. In the air surrounding the Fenghua platform, everyone watched Yu Sheng speechlessly. On the throne, even Emperor Yi could not help but chuckle as he looked at Yu Sheng. This young man was indeed a little reckless, but then again, with abilities like Yu Sheng's, what he did should not be considered reckless. The emperor looked forward to his performance. Yun Zhuo was a student of Kangyi College. He was actually a mandate sorcerer, but instead, he chose to major in martial arts cultivation. It was because his life spirit was a bit peculiar. It was a pair of golden wings. His life spirit gave him powers in 2 elements, metal and wind. He was prepared to gather Dharma realization of the wings because he couldn't take the sorcerer route. He was going to focus on martial arts and use sorcery as a supplement. Yun Zhuo of Kangyi College was also a strong contender for the Fenghua rank. However, there were still 2 of his senior brothers from Kangyi College present. They were both in the Dharma plane, which caused the spotlight on Yun Zhuo to dim considerably. Besides Yun Zhuo, Wu Kuangren of the Demon Clan was also present. He was also a mandate sorcerer, but because his life spirit was a demon ape, it had immense strength. So, he chose to major in martial arts cultivation. Both Yun Zhuo and Wu Kuangren were in the 9-starred glory plane. With them present, no matter how explosive Yu Sheng's performance was yesterday, as a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator, it seemed that he had no right to be so arrogant. After all, the opponents he faced the previous day were all in the 7-starred glory plane. Boom! Wu Kuangren took a step forward, headed straight for Yu Sheng. Everyone concentrated on this scene. In yesterday's battle, Yu Sheng beat up the Demon Clan's young prodigy, Yun Di. Was Wu Kuangren going to get revenge on Yu Sheng today? Wu Kuangren released his life spirit and a fearsome silhouette of a demon ape appeared behind him. He clenched his fists and his body was immediately encapsulated by stone. With every step he took, it gave off a feeling of great pressure. Is Wu Kuangren going to directly challenge Yu Sheng? Everyone thought and stared at the large figure headed toward Yu Sheng. Some of them shifted their attention to Yu Sheng. What was his life spirit? With such explosive strength, it was only natural that people did not suspect that Yu Sheng had no life spirit. To their disappointment, Yu Sheng did not release a life spirit. He watched as Wu Kuangren approached and a golden light surrounded his body like a deity. A roar came from the platform. Wu Kuangren acted as if he were possessed by the demon ape. He lifted his large hand to slap down at Yu Sheng. Wu Kuangren wanted to see for himself just how strong Yu Sheng was. Yu Sheng's hand formed into a golden fist which seemed to have grown sharp thorns. The platform shook as he took a step and threw a punch at Wu Kuangren. There was nothing flashy about their movements as they attacked. Everything was simple, direct, and violent. With a loud bang, the two crashed into each other. In that moment, a frightening flow of air appeared around them accompanied by the sound of whistling. The two young men stopped moving momentarily while the demon ape roared. Suddenly, Yu Sheng threw his fists forward and broke past his opponent's palm, landing a punch on Wu Kuangren's chest. With a crackle, Wu Kuangren's defense was destroyed. He groaned in pain, backing up slightly but not letting himself fall. Boom! Yu Sheng's foot stomped down on the ground. Both of his hands reached out to grab his opponent. At the same time, Wu Kuangren also threw both fists at Yu Sheng. However, everyone witnessed Yu Sheng stop his advance by grabbing his arm with one hand while the other hand pushed down on Wu Kuangren's shoulder. Yu Sheng had perfectly blocked his attack. In the next moment, spectators watched as Yu Sheng lifted Wu Kuangren into mid-air. He was swung around then flung off the Fenghua platform. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's true that Yu Sheng was arrogant because he was impossibly strong, but what of it? The battles that ensued after that were strange in comparison. Yu Sheng stood to one side, resting his eyes. The other participants fought their individual battles, not disturbing Yu Sheng. That was until only Yun Zhuo of Kangyi College was left standing on the Fenghua platform. Behind Yun Zhuo, his golden wings appeared. The majestic wings carried him off the ground, into the air overlooking Yu Sheng. Yun Zhuo had noticed that every time Yu Sheng stepped onto the platform, he was sent down with the aid of Yi Futian's wind sorcery. This meant that Yu Sheng did have a weakness. His strength could overpower everything. Even Wu Kuangren, a 9-starred glory plane cultivator, was brutally defeated by Yu Sheng in a battle of strength. This guy was born with superhuman strength. A row of golden spears formed in the air and charged toward Yu Sheng on the platform. With one swipe of his arm, a flash of golden light appeared and blocked off the spears. Yun Zhuo raced toward Yu Sheng like a flash of lightning. Yu Sheng had hunched down and charged forward at an incredible speed. Everyone was frozen. Has he gone mad? Why was he running across the Fenghua platform so crazily? Just then, they saw Yu Sheng's right foot stomp down on the platform and at the speed of light, he was propelled upward at Yun Zhuo, who was headed for him. Yun Zhuo is done for, was the only thing that crossed everyone's minds. Everything happened too quickly. A second later, the sound of an explosion erupted in midair. Even though Yun Zhuo's wings were good for speed, there was no way he could avoid Yu Sheng's attack. The audience watched as Yun Zhuo was thrown backwards by a single punch from Yu Sheng. He was thrown so high into the air, his body was at a height greater than the emperor's throne. Boom! Yu Sheng landed heavily on the platform. Countless pairs of eyes fell on him. Speechless. This freak. Sun Xia witnessed the brutal defeat of Yun Zhuo, a talented senior brother from Kangyi College, and stared at Yu Sheng in utter confusion. How can a human body be capable of exerting such strength? The elder from Kangyi College were also speechless. After a slight delay, he said, Yu Sheng. Pass. Only Yu Sheng. There were no other names announced. Not even Yun Zhuo of Kangyi College. With an outstanding martial arts cultivator like Yu Sheng, the emperor would not need to consider any other martial arts cultivators in the glory plane. No one could compete with him. Everyone already had a feeling that Yu Sheng had a very high chance of being picked by the emperor to enter the Fenghua rank. Yu Sheng stepped off the platform. Next, was the competition between glory plane sorcerers. Sorcerers of the 7 elements, as well as some spiritual sorcerers, were called to the platform. Hua Jieyu was one of them. However, Yi Futian was not called. Even though musical sorcerers were a type of spiritual sorcerer, they were still different. Yi Futian noticed that several musical sorcerers from the Qin clan as well as Beast Tamer Yun Di were not called either. There must a third category of cultivators for the next round. Similar to the first, this second round consisted of some extremely talented people. Among them, two young women stole the spotlight, Lin Yueyao and Hua Jieyu. On the Fenghua platform, the two beauties stood opposite of each other. Although Hua Jieyu's full appearance had not yet been revealed, her aura and her eyes could not hide her beauty. Hua Jieyu and Hua Jixin are probably the only two who can compare to Lin Yueyao, said someone in the crowd of onlookers. Yes, Hua Jieyu's talents are truly impressive. It must be a reflection of her looks. She must be a beauty, another person agreed with him. It's a shame that we already have Lin Yueyao in the Kangyi Kingdom. No one can steal her spotlight. You are very gifted, Lin Yueyao said to Hua Jieyu with a smile. It would be better if your level of cultivation was a little higher. Hua Jieyu looked at her calmly, spiritual qi whistling in the wind around her. Lin Yueyao. Hua Jieyu. Pass, shouted the Kangyi College elder. Everyone was shocked. They had both passed. It was as if the elders wanted to prevent the two ladies from a duel. Hua Jieyu was gifted but had a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. Perhaps the elders wanted to give her a chance to prove herself, so they kept her from battling Lin Yueyao for now. Lin Yueyao smiled and said, I'm really curious what you look like. As soon as she was done speaking, she lifted into the air and departed. Hua Jieyu did the same. Now, it was time for the final battle of Glory Plain cultivators. The Kangyi College elder called out the names one by one. Musical sorcerers of the Qin clan, Beast Tamer Yun Di of the Demon clan, Yi Futian, and conjurer Hua Jixin stepped onto the Fenghua platform. They were all cultivators with specialties. Thus, they were placed in battle with each other. As Yi Futian stepped onto the platform, he immediately noticed the looks of malice he received from the musical sorcerers of the Qin clan. After his little clash with Bai Qiu at last night's dinner, it was only natural that the clan members would not take it easy on Yi Futian on the Fenghua platform. Musical sorcerer in the seven-starred Glory Plain, snickered a Qin clan member. He looked at Yi Futian and continued, musical sorcerers are very knowledgeable, especially those of the Qin clan. Even though we already know how this battle will end, as a musical sorcerer yourself, it would be an honor for you to get a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery. You won't have wasted the trip here. Yi Futian dumbfounded. He looked up at the clan member and smiled. I look forward to getting a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery and to make an exchange with prodigy musical sorcerers as well. Chapter 116, Yi Futian wasn't lying. He truly was anticipating, but as to what he was anticipating, only he knew. He's still smiling, many people murmured. Seeing his smile, they all thought he was confident. This time, Hua Jieyu couldn't fight with him. Yi Futian needed to face the opponent alone. As a musical sorcerer facing another musical sorcerer from the Qin clan, no one knew where Yi Futian's confidence came from. Earlier, Bai Qiu had thought highly of Yi Futian's talent in the Guqin studies and invited him into the Qin clan, but it was only due to his talent. With the difference in planes, even if one's talent wasn't as high as Yi Futian, one could still defeat him easily. After all, the Qin clan's musical sorcery was the most orthodox in the Kangyi Kingdom. There were not many people on the Fenghua platform. The earlier fight between the martial artists and sorcerers had ended, leaving only the ones with exceptional cultivation. There were 7 musical sorcerers from the Qin clan, 3 members of the Demon clan, the conjurer Hua Jixin, and Yi Futian. The last battle had the biggest number of people. After all, sorcerers from the 7 elements, as well as the spirit elemental, were all there. The 12 strong figures stood in the 4 corners of the Fenghua platform. They were respectively the Qin clan, the Demon clan, Hua Jixin, and Yi Futian. When they stood in their positions, everyone realized that the Qin clan was not the only ones who felt animosity towards Yi Futian, the demon clan also did. Yesterday, Yu Sheng had defeated Yun Di and today, he threw Wu Kuangren off the Fenghua platform. They would have Yi Futian pay for this because they couldn't fight Yu Sheng. Hua Zhixin felt this subtle feeling. She slowly walked over to Yi Futian and said softly, "Shall we team up?" Yi Futian looked at the beautiful girl beside him. They had worked together yesterday, but that time, Yi Futian was playing the guqin, Princess Yilingxi was dancing, and Hua Zhixin was painting. Today, they would have to fight. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Seeming to feel something, he looked up at the black-winged eagle in the air. As expected, he saw a pair of smiling eyes. He felt wronged. This beauty had come to him. It wasn't his fault. Thinking of what happened last night, Yi Futian instantly felt unsettled. How could she leave halfway through? Thinking of Fox's sexy moves yesterday, Yi Futian was very depressed. Hua Jieyu was so cruel and he must not fall for that trick again. Miss Zhixin, this is not needed. We don't want to fight against you, the Qin clan youth from before said. His name was Su Mu and was a 9-star glory plain musical sorcerer. He was very talented, other than Bai Qiu, no other Qin clan youth had a higher talent than him. It's all right. We are here to fight, so there's no need for politeness. Hua Zhixin's voice was so soft and she felt so weak that no one could bear fighting her. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Su Mu didn't say anything more. Hua Zhixin was in the 8-star glory plane. She looked weak, but she was one of the popular contestants of the Fenghua banquet. How could she be weak? If they fought one-on-one, Su Mu didn't have the confidence to easily win against Hua Zhixin, despite being in a higher plane. Guqin spirits appeared with a flash. The various musical sorcerers began playing at the same time. 2 types of melodies streamed out instantly, Yi Futian playing one, the Qin clan playing another song. Hua Zhixin knelt on the ground and used her hand as a brush. She began drawing on the ground with great focus. There was a unique charm to her when she was focused on it. At the same time, Yun Di of the demon clan took out a leaf and blew with it. Some of the others whistled or played the flute. The sounds were very strange and demons began rustling in the air again. Hua Zhixin drew very quickly, much faster than Zhou Mu, whom Yi Futian had dealt with before. Her drawings were more realistic too, with heavier spiritual qi. Very soon, countless birds flew out of the ground. Some circled around her while others flew to Yi Futian, seeming to protect him. This made Yi Futian want to laugh and cry. Since when did he need a girl's protection? I don't need it. Yi Futian smiled and glanced at Hua Zhixin. The cacophonous sounds came out of his guqin spirit. It was like a battlefield. Aren't we working together? Hua Zhixin looked up and smiled too. Then she lowered her head and continued drawing. At the same time, a continuous stream of demons flew to the Fenghua platform, charging toward Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian. The birds circling Hua Zhixin went to attack the demons while she continued drawing as if these things had nothing to do with her. A strange light shone in Yi Futian's eyes. His head was lowered so no one could see the terrifying storm brewing in his eyes. A strange spiritual energy poured into his music. When the wild demons attacked, the strange spiritual mark accompanied the music and rushed into the demons' minds. Something odd happened. When the demons approached Yi Futian, they just stopped. The violent demons became tame and sprawled on the ground quietly as if listening to his music. Many people froze. Yi Futian's music was so powerful and aggressive like a battlefield. How could it tame the demons? Of course, they had no way of knowing that Yi Futian had 2 spiritual elemental life spirits. Other than being a musical sorcerer, he was also a beast master, rather than a beast tamer. Hua Zhixin's gaze went slack too, but then she continued drawing. Knowing that Yi Futian was okay, she summoned the birds back to her side and focused on the demon clan. Su Mu and the Qin clan were playing quietly. What had just happened was a bit odd, but this didn't disrupt their playing. Their music gradually intensified. The artistic conception was similar to Yi Futian's and could bring people into a battlefield. Following that, there seemed to be arrows whizzing across the battlefield. They shot toward Yi Futian with amazing power as if it could pierce one's mind. This time, only Su Mu attacked. Though the others were playing, they didn't seem to want to attack Yi Futian together. Yi Futian played by himself. On the battlefield, soldiers with shields blocked the arrows. The spectators around the Fenghua platform listened to the music and had an extraordinary feeling. They seemed to be on a battlefield while two armies faced each other before them. Yi Futian's melody was the decree of the general. The melody played by Su Mu's group was Kill the Wolf. This song radiated with the intent to kill. Su Mu's song was highly aggressive. Thousands of arrows shot out at once to tear through everything. On the other hand, Yi Futian's song was like a general holding his ground. It was stable as a mountain. No matter how the enemy attacked, he would not move. Su Mu's song intensified. After the thousands of arrows, the soldiers began marching. Their spears pierced everything. Yi Futian's song was still on the defensive. If soldiers came, his would block them. He had a reaction for every action. The general was level-headed and the military was organized. No matter how Su Mu's song attacked, it could not break through Yi Futian's spiritual barrier. The two were at a stalemate. Su Mu's melody became a bit chaotic. In the artistic conception, the thousands of soldiers fought wildly, attacking without order. Yi Futian was still unmoved. When Su Mu's song became more and more chaotic, Yi Futian's song finally changed. It went from steady to resounding in an instant. The song of bloodshed shook the earth. Thousands of soldiers and horses charged like a flood. Everyone was immersed in the artistic conception instantly. Su Mu's presence was completely covered and he seemed to be defeated. On the Fenghua platform, a terrifying gust of musical storm swept through, pressing towards Su Mu. It was about to sweep his body away. But at that moment, the other Qin clan disciples acted. Their music seemed to resonate with Su Mu's and erupted instantly. At that moment, the song Kill the Wolf exploded with shocking power. The restrained presence suddenly seemed to turn the tide. Many people's expressions changed. They could clearly see that Su Mu was not fighting Yi Futian alone anymore. The Qin clan was now working together. Su Mu was a musical sorcerer at such a high plane, but he was defeated by Yi Futian. Is there an advantage in numbers? Yi Futian smirked slightly and he stood up slowly. The Guqin spirit followed and floated before him. Yi Futian began walking forward. The music still grew stronger, wildly pressing forward. Everyone watched in shock as Yi Futian began walking toward the Qin clan. With each step, his imposing manner strengthened a bit more. The general had given the decree and now he would face the enemy. The Qin clan strummed the instrument strings wildly to resist the storm-like strength, but Yi Futian had gathered his strength. The decree of the general grew more powerful as it progressed. He had gathered his strength for so long, always on the defense. When the general gave the decree, everything was already set and could not be turned back. On the contrary, Su Mu had been attacking for so long to no success and his power weakened. Yi Futian obviously wouldn't give him the chance for a breather. Everyone watched as Yi Futian walked toward the Qin clan. He was so wildly arrogant, seeing no one at his level. One 8-star glory plane disciple of the Qin clan couldn't stand it anymore. He spat out blood and collapsed. With one down, the music grew more chaotic. After that, a second person, a third. They continued to collapse until only Su Mu was still holding on. Finally, Yi Futian waved his arm like the general giving the last decree to wrap up the tragedy. A storm swept by, injuring Su Mu's spiritual mind. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his power instantly weakened. The music stopped instantly. Yi Futian's Guqin spirit disappeared. He stood before the Qin clan disciples with a smile. The Qin clan's musical sorcery and disciples are just as the rumors say, he said lightly. Advice taken. Chapter 117. After hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone from the Qin clan had a darkened expression on their face. They were utterly humiliated. The spectators in the air looked at the handsome young man in shock. Yi Futian only had to play one piece to wipe out 7 powerful cultivators from the Qin clan. It was already humiliating enough that the highest level cultivator was in the 9-starred glory plane. The Qin clan's musical sorcery and disciples are just as the rumors say. How were the Qin clan members supposed to feel after Yi Futian said that? The worst thing was the way he said it. Yi Futian's tone was calm and peaceful. A smile was spread across his face. He made it look like he really meant what he said. A silent killer. Crawling up from the ground, Sumu just wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He knew everyone was staring at him. From this point on, whenever anybody would look at him, they would probably think of this battle. It was not hard to tell how Sumu felt at this moment. Although you have won, there is no need to insult others. I admit that I still have a lot to learn, but you're not going to make it past this round either, said Sumu, not forgetting to jinx Yi Futian. That's all right. To have been able to get a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery, I haven't wasted the trip here, smiled Yi Futian. Sumu wanted to find a hole and hide. His expression darkened. This was a direct quote of what he had said to Yi Futian before the battle. A final jab. No one in the audience had anything to say, neither did Sumu and the others. Actually, they were too humiliated to say anything else. In a gray mood, they all clumsily scattered off the Fenghua platform. To be honest, Sumu had it coming. When they had first set foot on the platform, he first provoked Yi Futian. Yi Futian had not yet opened his mouth before Sumu ran his. Sumu was so sure that he would win. No one expected the battle to end this way. It was all because Sumu was overly confident. As an occupation class, musical sorcery was different from the rest. It was much harder to make up for a difference in the level of cultivation. Plus, the Qin clan's musical sorcery was the most orthodox in the Kangyi kingdom. Sumu was very confident that his musical sorcery was stronger than that of Yi Futian. Unfortunately, it was all a delusion. From in the air, Bai Qiu kept his eyes on Yi Futian. Yi Futian had defeated 7 of the Qin clan's best in this battle, hurting the clan's pride. Everyone else was thinking back at yesterday's conversation between Bai Qiu and Yi Futian. So, this was the reason why Yi Futian rejected the offer to enter the Qin clan. If he was already able to defeat the members of the Qin clan, what was there to learn from them? At the thought of this, many people turned to look at Bai Qiu. If Yi Futian got the chance to battle against him, Bai Qiu would definitely try violently to get revenge on Yi Futian to reclaim the pride lost in this battle. Not far from Yi Futian, the battle between Hua Jixin and the Demon Clan had also come to an end. The delicate figure remained quietly standing while the 3 cultivators from the Demon Clan, Yun Di included, had been defeated. Hua Jixin and Yun Di were both named as strong contenders for the Fenghua rank. Both of them were extremely gifted. However, Hua Jixin was of a higher cultivation level than Yun Di. Thus, the audience was not too surprised at this result, but it did give them a strange feeling that Yun Di had lost in both battles. In the first round of battles, he met the freak, Yu Sheng, and now, Hua Jixin. All they could say was that this young prodigy from the Demon Clan was simply too unlucky. Yi Futian. Hua Jixin. Pass, the elder announced the results. Prodigy, Yun Di, had been eliminated quicker than anticipated. To this, spectators could only let out a sigh. Yun Di had not even gotten the chance to be considered by the emperor. Yi Futian and Hua Jixin met eyes and shared a smile. Then, they left the Fenghua platform separately. The battle between those in the glory plane had concluded. Only 5 people had passed and received candidacy to be considered by the emperor for the Fenghua rank. These 5 were Yu Sheng, Lin Yueyao, Hua Jieyu, Hua Zhixin, and Yi Futian. Unexpectedly, there were 3 beauties among them. People had also noticed that Yu Sheng, Yi Futian, and Hua Jieyu were a group. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu seemed to be a couple, while Yu Sheng and Yi Futian seemed to be extremely close as well. They were just like brothers. Yu Sheng had previously yelled at Bai Qiu in anger for Yi Futian, telling him to shut up. Now, all 3 of them have become a candidate for the Fenghua rank. It was pretty difficult not to take notice of them. It did not seem like they were from the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city because otherwise, they would have received lots of attention early on. So, which prefecture of the Kangyi Kingdom were they from? Quickly, the people threw their questions aside. The battles between the Dharma Plain participants had begun. Only 5 people in the Glory Plain had passed, but there should be more to do so in the Dharma Plain. After all, they were in a higher plane, so they should higher cultivation. The battle between the Dharma Plain cultivators was extra thrilling. The more heated the battle got, the more certain people began to stand out. For example, young Lord Yi Wuchen. With an arrogant, cold demeanor, no one could get past the sword in his hand. What's more, he had not yet released his life spirit. Otherwise, he would have been even more frightening. Not even the prodigy-level Dharma Plain cultivators could withstand his sword. Besides Yi Wuchen, there was also Zhu Qianfan and Yu Jiang from Kangyi College, as well as Bai Qiu from the Qin clan. All of them were strong contenders for the Fenghua rank. Naturally, their performance would not be too shabby. They were all very outstanding and all passed, receiving candidacy for the Fenghua rank. In addition to these participants, others that had passed included 1 person from the Demon clan, 2 nobles, and 3 people who have come a long way outside of Kangyi City. All of them had put on a show-stealing performance. 5 from the Glory Plain and 10 from the Dharma Plain. The candidates for the Fenghua rank consists of a total of 15 cultivators. Among this group, 10 of them would enter the actual rank. The chances were high for everyone now, but it was also more difficult now. In this group of 15, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng had the lowest level of cultivation. They were all 7-starred Glory Plain cultivators. People were amazed at this. If they weren't incredibly gifted, this would not have been possible. Out of the 3, Yu Sheng was the strongest contender for the Fenghua rank. The emperor picked people not solely based on abilities but also gifts. From the group of 15 people, Yu Sheng's gifts in martial arts stood out the most because it was different from the rest. People with special gifts like him were usually favored. On the other hand, people did not have high hopes for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu's opponent might end up being Lin Yueyao. As the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao was the best, regardless of looks or gifts and talents. With her shining so brightly, it was going to be difficult for Hua Jieyu to outdo her. The reason why Yi Futian wasn't favored was simple. Although he had outstanding gifts, he was a musical sorcerer. Amongst the cultivators in the same occupation class, there was Dharma Plain musical sorcerer, Bai Qiu, present. Yi Futian may very well be suppressed by him. There was no way the emperor would pick 2 musical sorcerers for the Fenghua rank. Because of this, the possibility that Yi Futian would be eliminated instead of Bai Qiu was very high. Besides, Yi Futian had previously insulted members of the Qin clan. Bai Qiu was going to pick on him for sure. After 6 battles, not too much time had passed. Emperor Yi looked up at the sky and then at the crowd. With a smile, he said, "After all that bustling, why don't we all take a rest? You guys can take this time to think about what request you want to make. Some of you need to be prepared when the time comes later today." Many people began to laugh. The top 3 on the Fenghua rank would get to make a request to the emperor. There was no way anyone would let go of an opportunity like this. They must try their best to fight for it. However, the chances of getting into top 3 would be much harder than getting into the top 10 out of the 15. Although these 15 were all the best of the best, not too many of them had absolute confidence they would make it to the top. After Emperor Yi finished speaking, he left in his carriage. The crowd remained outside of the imperial palace. It was not too long before noon, they were willing to wait where they were. Who would be picked by the emperor? Who would make it into the top 3, the place above all? Everyone started discussing. The skies about the platform became extra loud. Yi Futian and his friends arrived to join Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wanin. Master, you will be healed very soon. Yi Futian smiled at Hua Fenglu. It seemed like he was sure that had top 3 in the bag. To heal Hua Fenglu had been Yi Futian's biggest wish. After the death of Elder Qin, his will to accomplish this wish became stronger. So, when he heard that the Kangyi kingdom was holding the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian did not hesitate in his decision to participate. With a chance to request something from the emperor, it would be a waste to ask for my injuries to be healed. Hua Fenglu looked at his disciple. He obviously had no doubts about Yi Futian's abilities. If he really wanted to get into the top 3, he was for sure going to get in. The question was, how much of his gifts was going to be exposed? Simply revealing his gifts as a musical sorcerer was enough to get him candidacy for the Fenghua rank. If Yi Futian revealed any more gifts, he would be a shoo-in for the rank. Top 3 would depend on the circumstances when the time comes. Yeah, it would be a waste, but it's because you're lucky enough to have a good disciple like me, said Yi Futian. Where are your limits? Hua Fenglu asked with a darkened expression. He was just having a touching moment, but hearing Yi Futian's words rendered him speechless. I only speak the truth, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Futian is right. You should be happy to have such a disciple, Nanda Wanin said with a smile. Masteress, you're the best. Yi Futian gave her a big, charming smile. Hua Fenglu looked at his wife, then at Hua Jieyu who was standing beside Hua Jieyu. A wave of sadness washed over him. Just then, a large crowd headed in their direction. Yi Futian turned to look at them and heard what one of them said. Yi Futian, have you thought about joining a clan for cultivation? Yi Futian looked at the people who had approached. They were separate groups and have seemingly come to recruit new members. No need. I haven't thought about it, Yi Futian shook his head and smiled. He continued, thank you for asking. Yi Futian thought it was strange. Why did they only invite him and not Yu Sheng? All right. Everyone smiled and nodded. Then, they looked to Yu Sheng. A person in the crowd said with a smile, Yu Sheng, I would like to say congratulations in advance. If you get picked by the emperor, please don't let the opportunity go to waste. Yu Sheng looked at him calmly and made no attempts to reply, so the people said their goodbyes and left. Yi Futian finally understood. The reason why they did not invite Yu Sheng was that they knew they weren't worthy. So, did that mean that Yi Futian was looked down on? He suddenly felt very depressed. They had just come to extend an invitation to him, but who would have thought it was because in their opinion, Yi Futian would not make it into the Fenghua rank. Everyone chit-chat away. Many of them discussed the candidates of the Fenghua rank. Yu Sheng was a popular choice. However, Yi Futian's name was rarely mentioned. Yi Futian glared at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng looked back at him feeling wronged. It's not my fault. Chapter 118, Time went by bit by bit. It was getting close to noon. There were countless people in the vast space surrounding the Fenghua platform. They were all discussing the Fenghua rank. Soon, the Fenghua banquet would enter the most critical moment, when the emperor decided the candidates of the Fenghua rank. Everyone was waiting for this to happen. Young Lord Yi Wuchen was the cream of the crop with amazing swordsmanship. Zhuo Qianfan of the Kangyi College was incontestably talented. They were both in the second Dharma plane. How amazing would their fight be? Wang Yu, the pride of the Wang family, had always been pursuing Lin Yueyao, the #1 beauty of Kangyi Kingdom. Would he be able to display his brilliance today and win the lady's heart? Yu Xing seemed undefeatable in the glory plane. Would he or Lin Yueyao be stronger? How would the three beauties of the glory plane, Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Hua Jieyu, fare against each other? Yi Futian had defeated 7 strong opponents of the Qin clan. Next, there was a high possibility that he would face Bai Qiu's revenge. With Yi Futian's skills in the 7-star glory plane, would he be a threat to Bai Qiu or would he be humiliated? Would the talents from outside the imperial city be able to shake the brilliant geniuses of the city? All of this would be revealed shortly after. As time passed, the 15 people came to the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian gazed at the crowd, eyes sweeping past Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang, the genius of Kangyi College. He hadn't forgotten about what happened at the banquet last night. The nobles and lords returned to their seats beside the emperor's seat. They looked to the 15 figures, also anticipating what was to come. Lord Wuchen's talent is unparalleled. He will definitely be part of the top 3 of the Fenghua rank, a clan member said to Lord Yi. Your Wang Yu is highly talented as well. He may have a chance. Lord Yi chuckled. The Wang clan elder smiled. Glancing at a youth beside the Fenghua platform, he said, that boy's cultivation is unorganized. I don't know what he's thinking every day and he's chatting even now. At the moment, Wang Yu was standing next to the beautiful Lin Yueyao while saying something. They seemed to be chatting and attracted many jealous gazes. Perhaps only someone like Wang Yu was qualified to approach Lin Yueyao. Clan leader Wang, you must be lying. If he gets the Lin family girl, you'll probably dislocate your jaw from laughing, someone else said. The Wang elder laughed as well. If Wang Yu really could win Lin Yueyao, it would definitely be a great thing. While they were conversing, the royals arrived and sat in their seats. Looking at the sun, the emperor announced, let us begin. The Kangyi College elder walked onto the Fenghua platform. There were no bookmarks this time. Instead, the elder gazed at the 15 stars in the air and said, listen carefully. The people nodded. 15 gazes fell upon the elder. There are no rules in the final round, the elder said. Anyone who wishes to perform can step onto the Fenghua platform. You can display your talents however you wish. Everything will end when no one else wishes to continue. In the end, the emperor will personally name who will enter the Fenghua rank, depending on your performance. After the elder finished, he stepped off the platform. Everything hereafter was for the 15. They could do whatever they wanted without any restrictions. Many looked to the 5 in the glory plane. Of them, Yi Futian's trio wouldn't fight against each other. This way, there was no more leeway. Would they challenge those of the Dharma plane? Those who remained until now were all abnormally talented. Even Lin Yueyao probably had no confidence against the Dharma plane. Lin Yueyao's gaze fell upon Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian's group. She was the highest of the glory plane, but challenging those below her was not as impressive. The atmosphere was strange and no one stepped onto the Fenghua platform. I'll fight the first battle, Hua Jieyu whispered to Yi Futian. Okay. Yi Futian smiled gently. He and Hua Jieyu were both unpopular but he believed in Hua Jieyu. As a full elemental spiritual sorcerer, her talent was much better than what others imagined. Otherwise, the Nanda clan wouldn't have put all their hope on her. Ministers Hua hadn't predicted her fate yet at that time, they had chosen her purely for her talent. Hua Jieyu's body flashed. She descended onto the Fenghua platform like a fairy. She looked up into the air and everyone's gazes sharpened. She was looking at the number 1 beauty of Kangyi, Lin Yueyao. Everyone thought that the emperor didn't name Hua Jieyu because she was overshadowed by Lin Yueyao. However, the one she wanted to challenge first happened to be Lin Yueyao. Hua Jieyu didn't speak but Lin Yueyao seemed to understand. Her clothes fluttering, she flew down and landed on the platform. The 2 beauties wanted to complete the battle they didn't have the chance to before. Your plane is a disadvantage, Lin Yueyao murmured. She was at the 9-star glory plane while Hua Jieyu was 2 planes lower. Let's start, Hua Jieyu said softly. After that, light flashed behind her. She had released her life spirit. This was Hua Jieyu's first time releasing her life spirit. She had inherited her mother's, but it was even more beautiful. It was a crown, elegant and holy. It radiated with dazzling light. When the crown rested on Hua Jieyu's head, there seemed to be invisible spiritual ripples all around her. Even Lin Yueyao, standing far away from her, could feel her own spiritual strength tremble. The spiritual qi around Hua Jieyu seemed to erupt. Wind wrapped around her and the wood elemental's spiritual qi transformed into the lock of 1,000 vines. It covered the sky and extended forward. She instantly glowed with holy light like a fairy. When they saw this, everyone realized that they'd underestimated Hua Jieyu's talent. She was stronger than what they'd thought. Lin Yueyao felt threatened too. A similarly beautiful glow appeared behind her. She released her life spirit. It was a beautiful demon, the purple gold rock. Lin Yueyao's mount was a purple gold rock as well. The elders of her clan had captured an arcana-level purple gold rock for her so she could understand her life spirit better. That was how powerful a big clan was. Beautiful golden feathers appeared on Lin Yueyao's body. A similar wind wrapped around her body. She also knew wind sorcery. Two beautiful figures shot into the air. They hovered above the Fenghua platform, captivating everyone. The lock of 1,000 vines curled toward Lin Yueyao. Her golden wings flashed sharply like daggers. They flapped, continuously slicing the vines curling at her. Boom! The wings shook and Lin Yueyao flew toward Hua Jieyu at an extreme speed. She also cultivated martial arts. Her life spirit gave her amazing power and speed. Hua Jieyu mainly cultivated spiritual sorcery and didn't study martial arts. Fighting Hua Jieyu from the distance was not a smart choice. Seeing Lin Yueyao approach, Hua Jieyu remained calm. Water elemental spiritual qi gathered around her. Poof! Poof! Golden blades continuously popped out of Lin Yueyao's wings. With the wind spell's help, she charged at Hua Jieyu. A dazzling light flashed past Hua Jieyu's eyes. An invisible spiritual strength burst forth. The golden daggers slowed down and exploded into spiritual qi before Hua Jieyu. At the same time, Lin Yueyao used the attack's protection to approach Hua Jieyu. Her wings really transformed into blades now. Once she got close, Hua Jieyu would be in trouble. Hua Jieyu reached forward. A terrifying spiritual wave rippled out like a storm sweeping forward. Lin Yueyao's terrible speed reduced too and even paused temporarily in the sky. Her life spirit seemed to shake violently. Golden lightning tore through everything. The purple gold rock's shadow appeared on her body. She broke free from the restraint and continued forward. There was rumbling, and a water spell suddenly erupted before Lin Yueyao. It instantly swept toward her body. This spell wasn't offensive but it seemed to stick to her, making it impossible for her to advance. Powerful attacks were useless against water spells. Her wings and lightning beat upon the watery prison and just passed right through. Ice seal. Hua Jieyu's powerful spiritual strength erupted again and the watery prison turned into ice. Lin Yueyao was instantly frozen inside. There were rustles again. The lock of 1,000 vines swept toward Lin Yueyao's ice-sealed body and buried her within. But things didn't stop here. Countless golden swords appeared in the air. Supported by the wind spell, they hovered quietly in the air, aimed at Lin Yueyao. With a loud boom, the ice seal and lock of 1,000 vines all exploded. Lin Yueyao burst free with a beautiful flash. But at the same time, a gust of strong spiritual strength fell onto her, making her stop again. The golden blades transformed into real lightning. They descended in an instant, landing before Lin Yueyao's beautiful figure. But then they stopped without stabbing down. Lin Yueyao's eyes went blank. The countless hovering daggers right before her eyes felt unreal. Then she looked up at Hua Jieyu. "You lost, Hua Jieyu said softly. Her voice was still calm and indifferent, but all the strong talents around the Fenghua platform were frozen on her. She had used the spiritual power to guide all the elements. As a spiritual sorcerer, Hua Jieyu had made everyone overlook her terrifying talent of the other elements. Now, she displayed her talent in wind, metal, water, and wood. The first battle of the Fenghua banquet's last round had shaken everyone. Lin Yueyao, number 1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom, was defeated. Chapter 119, It was yet another battle full of surprises. Number 1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom, Lin Yueyao, was thought to be a shoo-in for the Fenghua rank. When she entered battle with Hua Jieyu, who was at a lower level, everyone thought it was going to be a no-brainer. But things never turn out as expected. Hua Jieyu revealed her outstanding gift. As a spiritual sorcerer, she incorporated the use of sorcery of various elements and defeated Lin Yueyao, blow by blow. She was so quick, Lin Yueyao did not even have time to demonstrate her powers. Just like that, the person who was a shoo-in for the Fenghua rank was now Hua Jieyu, not Lin Yueyao. Yi Futian watched the beautiful figure on the Fenghua platform. A smile reached his eyes. At age 12, the young girl entered Qingzhou Academy and revealed her shocking talents. 3 years later, she became a female legend at the academy. After arriving in the city of Donghai, she entered Donghai Academy and became a legend there as well. Today, she was finally able to shine at her brightest. Although, it was not in the Nanda nation but at the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. Many important figures gave Hua Jieyu a look of admiration. Under the calm and collected use of sorcery, Hua Jieyu was able to defeat Lin Yueyao without giving her a chance to prove her worth. Appearance aside, this girl was way more cultivated in terms of combat than Lin Yueyao. The sharp golden swords turned into spiritual qi and dissipated. Lin Yueyao blinked a couple of times. It seemed that she had only just broken out of her daze. She actually lost to Hua Jieyu, a lower-level cultivator. I have been defeated, Lin Yueyao smiled bitterly and flew away from the battle platform. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yueyao calmed herself. This defeat made her more clear-headed. She had always been the center of attention with countless people praising her into the skies. She had finally been defeated. However, the Fenghua banquet had not yet ended. She still had a chance to redeem herself. This round was a free-for-all. No rules. Even if you lost a battle, you still had a chance to prove yourself. Yueyao, you were just a little careless. Don't take this defeat to heart, Wang Yu yelled from the skies above. His voice was anything but quiet, everyone heard him. Many have thought that Wang Yu was only saying that because he was chasing Lin Yueyao. Although it was true that Lin Yueyao had underestimated her opponent, but the reason for her defeat was far more complicated than simple underestimation. Lin Yueyao did not reply. Wang Yu saw that he had been ignored and turned his attention below to Hua Jieyu, who was getting ready to depart. Wait, a voice said coldly. Wang Yu began to descend onto the Fenghua platform. Hua Jieyu lifted her head to look at Wang Yu with her beautiful eyes. Still in the air, Wang Yu's body became enveloped in flames. He looked extremely domineering. The high temperatures radiating off of him seemed to be able to turn his surroundings into ash. Step by step, he made his way down from the skies. Everyone looked at Wang Yu strangely. At his level of cultivation as a first-level Dharma plane cultivator, he was not supposed to make a move on a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator like Hua Jieyu. However, it was obvious that he was not doing so to prove his worth. He was doing so purely because he wanted to get even for what happened to Lin Yueyao. First-level Dharma plane cultivator, Wang Yu. Even if he was victorious in his battle with Hua Jieyu, it would not be representative of his talents. He was fighting for the damsel. Lin Yueyao's was dumbfounded. She took a glance at Wang Yu. She did not have any special relationship with him. Neither had she accepted his feelings. However, she also did not do anything to stop Wang Yu. On the other side, Yi Futian was frowning. A cold expression washed over his face. His attention turned toward Hua Jieyu once again. Although there were no rules in this round, it was still possible to forfeit. At Hua Jieyu's level of cultivation, no one would think any less of her if she rejected this battle. But Hua Jieyu did not want to admit defeat before trying. She looked at the approaching figure. He was like a god of fire. Wang Yu was still slowly making his way down. Before he even landed, Hua Jieyu already felt the burning heat on her body. Her life spirit appeared once again. A wave of spiritual qi erupted around Hua Jieyu. Even though he was in the Dharma plane, she wanted to give it a try. The lock of 1,000 vines shot towards Wang Yu. With one step forward, the flames spread through the air and turned all the attacking vines into ash. Whoosh! A majestic image appeared in the skies. A pair of flame wings appeared on Wang Yu's back. Every flap was accompanied by a gust of hot air. The temperature was extremely high. Hua Jieyu was located right under the flames and felt like she was about to be set ablaze. Realization of Dharma. Everyone was entranced by the large pair of flame wings. It was Wang Yu's realization of Dharma. He continued to descended, getting closer and closer to Hua Jieyu. It was as if he were doing this on purpose. In order to get even for Lin Yueyao, he was going to make things difficult from Hua Jieyu. Fox, forfeit. Yi Futian took a step forward and screamed to Hua Jieyu standing in the Fenghua platform below. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. She knew that there was no way she could win this battle. It was pointless to continue. Just as Hua Jieyu was about to open her mouth, Wang Yu flapped his enormous wings and he was carried straight towards Hua Jieyu, getting extremely close to her body. I admit defeat, Hua Jieyu said calmly. Whoosh! The frightening flame wings brushed right above her head. The hot air rushed across her face, burning the chiffon veil, dissipating into nothing. Right away, her beautiful face filled everyone's vision. Everyone focused in on her face. Seeing her beauty, their eyes were frozen on Hua Jieyu. No one knew how to describe this face. Her face that was once veiled was perfect, flawless. Even Wang Yu was dumbfounded. This was obviously not what he had expected. Even though everyone already knew that Hua Jieyu was a beauty, no one expected it to be of this caliber. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Many people turned to look at Lin Yueyao and they realized that even the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty was lacking in comparison to Hua Jieyu. This meant that Hua Jieyu had defeated Lin Yueyao in terms of talents and looks. Then, could Lin Yueyao still be considered the #1 beauty? Lin Yueyao was also looking at Hua Jieyu. For the first time, she realized that even she could be inferior to another female. Even she had to admit that there was nothing to be said about Hua Jieyu's beauty. Lin Yueyao suddenly remembered what she overheard Yi Futian say to Hua Jieyu as they brushed shoulders outside Kangyi College. At the time, she thought it was simply something Yi Futian said to make his girlfriend happy. It was not until now that she realized that he was serious about what he had said. Princess Yi Lingxi and Hua Zhixin were feeling troubled. They could not believe that another girl more beautiful than themselves had appeared. On top of that, her talents were outstanding. Sorry about that, Wang Yu said. Withdrawing his proud attitude, he gave Hua Jieyu a quick nod. Hua Jieyu stared at him with a cold demeanor. Her gaze was cold and icy. Fox, come back. A voice called out to her. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Yi Futian. Nodding her head lightly, her body lifted into the skies in a flash. Back on the black wind eagle's back, Hua Jieyu walked up to Yi Futian. Disappointment filled her beautiful eyes. Her head hung low as if she had done something wrong. It's fine. Yi Futian petted her head lightly. Hua Jieyu looked up at Yi Futian with puppy dog eyes. Seeing how close the two were, dozens of jealous gazes were immediately directed at Yi Futian. Even Bai Qiu's cold eyes carried a bit of jealousy. Who was Yi Futian to deserve this? Such a brilliant young woman listened to every word he said and acted like a little girl in front of him. That look that she gave Yi Futian could melt the hearts of everyone present. In the Kangyi kingdom, many talented young men had pursued the number one beauty, Lin Yueyao, but none of them were successful. Now, someone who outshined Lin Yueyao had appeared, but she was already Yi Futian's girlfriend. On top of that, they were being all lovey-dovey in front of everyone. It was clear how everyone felt about this. Naturally, Yi Futian did not care about how the others were feeling. All he knew was that he wasn't feeling too swell. He was in an extremely bad mood. Hua Jieyu defeated Lin Yueyao and someone actually tried to make a move on Hua Jieyu to get even for Lin Yueyao. Even her veil was burned. Obviously, Yi Futian was in a horrible mood. After consoling Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian stepped forward with his fists clenched. A loud sound was emitted. His attention turned to Wang Yu who had returned into the skies. Yi Futian's gaze was cold. "You have a death wish," said Yi Futian. Without using wind sorcery, Yi Futian descended straight down from the sky onto the Fenghua platform in a flash. The platform shook as he landed. Another one in anger for a damsel? Everyone looked at Yi Futian. Trying to mimic Wang Yu. Did Yi Futian had the abilities to do so? They watched as Yi Futian's gaze focused on someone in the sky. His eyes shot daggers at Wang Yu. With a cold demeanor, he ordered, "Get your ass down here. Now." Everyone was shocked. This guy really was crazy. Yi Futian was only in the 7-starred glory plane. Wang Yu was a cultivator in the Dharma plane. No matter how you looked at it, they were people of different levels. Wang Yu frowned, his eyes cold as well. Then, he let out a smirk. Trying to mimic him. Was Yi Futian even worthy of doing so? Wang Yu walked forward, ready to head down when a figure stepped out in front of him. It was the musical sorcerer prodigy of the Qin clan, Bai Qiu. "Our problems have yet to be settled," said Bai Qiu. He was afraid that once Yi Futian and Wang Yu battled, Yi Futian wouldn't have the guts to step onto the Fenghua platform again. If so, how was he supposed to get revenge for what Yi Futian did to the members of the clan yesterday? Yi Futian looked at Wang Yu, then at Bai Qiu. "Then, let's go. One at a time." Chapter 120. Around the Fenghua platform, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian, a bit shocked at his confidence. Wang Yu, the pride of the kingdom, and in the Dharma plane. Bai Qiu, the most talented of the Qin clan's younger generation and a musical sorcerer in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian, a musical sorcerer in the 7-star glory plane. Compared like this, there was no way for Yi Futian to sway the other two. No matter how talented he was, the difference in plane was too much. He had to cross into the Dharma plane. Those in the Dharma plane could realize the Dharma, and were frighteningly powerful. Their abilities had a qualitative change from the glory plane. Just then, Bai Qiu descended slowly onto the Fenghua platform. There was still a cool smile on his handsome face. "Even though it's not impressive for me to defeat you, we have to settle the matter from before," Bai Qiu said to Yi Futian. "Of course." Yi Futian smiled, he completely agreed. "Then let us begin." Bai Qiu sat down with crossed legs, extremely charismatic. His Guqin spirit appeared and hovered before him. It was considerably more realistic than Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. It was like a real Guqin. The life spirit developed as the cultivator grew stronger. Yi Futian sat across from Bai Qiu and his Guqin spirit also appeared. His aura had changed from before as well. His handsome face was calm and solemn, it was as if only the Guqin was in his eyes at the moment. Some girls looked at Yi Futian, and they had to admit that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu matched in terms of looks. Even the handsome and charismatic Bai Qiu wasn't as attractive as him. A string of notes sounded. Bai Qiu played first. It was just a note, but everyone could feel a shocking boom on the Fenghua platform. They all looked over. Bai Qiu's movements were graceful. His fingers flitted over the instrument strings gently. As the music entered the audience's ears, they were brought into the artistic conception. It was as if the sky was about to change. Wind rose on the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian was solemn. He also strummed the strings and there was another boom. His music was resonant like thunder. He closed his eyes and his memories went back to the Nanda clan. He was on the crane and his grandmaster played the guqin. The pair of calloused hands flew wildly over the strings and the song shook one's heart. Another musical spell sounded on the Fenghua platform. It accompanied Bai Qiu's playing like screaming wind and booming thunder. The crowd discovered with a shock that lightning continuously flashed in the sky above the platform. The sunny day had changed under the music, turning into bad weather. Even the talented ones spectating were dragged into the artistic conception of the storm. There was no more sunlight, dark clouds covered the sky. No wonder he is the best of the Qin clan's younger generation. Everyone gazed at Bai Qiu, playing his guqin on the Fenghua platform. He hadn't displayed his true ability in the earlier fights. Now, he didn't play casually when faced with Yi Futian, who was in a lower plane. Instead, he used his absolute power to obliterate the opponent, letting everyone see the true musical sorcery of the Qin clan to redeem his honor. The Qin clan members all smirked when they saw this scene. There was no place for Yi Futian if Bai Qiu was there. Above Yi Futian, dark clouds covered the sky and the wind howled. The lightning was terrifying. Crack! A dazzling bolt of lightning streaked directly toward Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts trembled. Could Yi Futian, playing his guqin with his eyes closed, withstand this attack? His fingers quickly strummed the strings. The music intensified continuously like a sharp sword in the thunderstorm, wanting to slice through all restraints. Then there was a terrifying streak of purple light. The lightning above Yi Futian's head disappeared as if shattered by the invisible power in Yi Futian's melody. Many people now gazed at him, a bit impressed. For Yi Futian, a 7-star glory plane sorcerer, it was good enough to be able to withstand Bai Qiu's violent musical spell like this. However, this didn't seem enough to change the result. The air currents went wild above Yi Futian's head. His spiritual qi erupted and lightning kept flashing as if a terrible storm was brewing. It felt as if Yi Futian was a small boat in the thunderstorm. He could run into danger at any time and be crushed to bits. Yi Futian didn't seem to feel this. His eyes were still closed, unaffected by the opponent's music. His melody continued to rise and a storm rose around him, going against the current. When lightning struck, it would be swallowed by this windstorm. However, Yi Futian knew that there was still a big difference between his spiritual energy and Bai Qiu's. In his life palace, the life spirit eye of the storm released terrifying spiritual energy. This power slowly seeped into Yi Futian's mind, transforming into his own spiritual energy. This allowed his music to carry a terrifying artistic conception. The eye of the storm was the life spirit given by Emperor Yi Qing. The spiritual storm it contained was very frightening, but he couldn't use much of the power. At this moment, a destructive windstorm erupted from the void to shatter Yi Futian. His hands moved even faster. The spiritual energy kept blooming, rising with the intensifying melody. His own spiritual energy seemed to want to empty itself into the music. Thus, a frightening sight appeared above Yi Futian. There was a burst of music that seemed ready to destroy the world, but another gust of power swept through. The two powers clashed and the entire Fenghua platform was enveloped by the destructive windstorm. Many people shuddered inwardly. They stared at the seated Yi Futian in shock. How could he withstand this strength? Another burst of resonant music sounded. It wanted to pierce through the storm, not bowing down to fate. This music, many people trembled when hearing Yi Futian's music. He was far from Bai Qiu's plane and was repressed, but the power his music displayed and his past determination gave many an indescribable feeling. Bai Qiu's brows knitted. He'd wanted to use his absolute advantage to crush Yi Futian, but it wasn't working. His fingers flew across the strings and the storm grew even more terrifying. It seemed to want to flatten the world. Attacks swept through continuously, destroying everything and out to kill Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian was completely immersed in his music. This scene was reminiscent of what happened at the Nanda clan. He thought of his grandmaster's tragic but powerful performance. In his life palace, the spiritual energy of the Eye of the Storm continuously transformed into Yi Futian's consciousness. It increased his spiritual energy and there seemed to be no limit for his song. It kept rising. The unparalleled power destroyed everything. The crowd realized with a shock that the increasingly wild thunderstorm in the sky wasn't defeating Yi Futian. Instead, it showed signs of breaking down. Above Yi Futian, a corner of the chaotic music windstorm scattered. As if sunlight shone down, there was light. Is this why he was confident? The spectators were shocked. Earlier, they had thought that there was no way for Yi Futian to be named by the emperor. Now, they weren't so sure. The emperor might take note of him just for this melody and add him to the Fenghua rank. However, this was unbearable for Bai Qiu. Countless gyukins hovered around him. They seemed to be playing in unison, and the light of the musical spells endlessly fell upon his Guqin spirit. In an instant, an even more terrifying musical windstorm pressed toward Yi Futian. At the same time, he rose to the air and floated toward Yi Futian. In a moment, he was above Yi Futian. He sat in the air as if he was high and mighty. Bai Qiu's hands flew furiously over the strings. The windstorm covered the sun and endless lightning bolted toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian's fingers moved just as fast, almost at his limit. A bright sound pierced through everything and went toward Bai Qiu, hovering above him. The two faced each other directly and clashed violently. The audience only felt that both of them were swallowed by the windstorm. The unstoppable power swept toward Yi Futian's body. With a boom, Yi Futian's music stopped. His body continued to be forced backward. However, at the same time, another beam of music charged into Bai Qiu's mind. He shook and his music stopped abruptly too. The windstorm above the Fenghua platform disappeared. Sunlight shone down and everything went back to normal, but the results were clear. Yi Futian had still lost, though no one could blame him. This battle was impressive enough. Many gazes fell upon Yi Futian's handsome face. His eyes opened slowly. The black eyes were clear and bright, not frustrated at all by his defeat. His bright smile was like sunlight, nothing like the repressiveness and chaos from earlier. This Yi Futian was a completely different person from before. He had wanted to try with his grandmaster's piece, but the difference in playing was still too much. They were both musical sorcerers and it was difficult to cross such a wide gap. However, he wasn't disappointed. In his last battle with Zhou Mu, his musical spell wasn't enough to defeat him. Now, he could use his music to cross 3 planes into the Dharma plane and still force Bai Qiu to this extent. He had improved a lot. You should be proud that I treat you so, Bai Qiu said nonchalantly, though his heart was pounding. Yi Futian smiled subtly at Bai Qiu. Then he stood up and smirked. He turned around and gazed in the emperor's direction. Bowing, he said, Your Majesty, when I registered at the Kangyi College, I wrote that my occupation is a musical sorcerer. In actuality, I only cultivate musical sorcery to better myself. It is not my expertise. Please forgive me. Chapter 121. After Yi Futian had spoken, many people were dumbfounded. Their gazes were frozen on the handsome young man. He only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself. In the battle just now, Yi Futian's musical sorcery was able to push the Qin clan's brightest pupil, Dharma plane prodigy, Bai Qiu, to such limits. Now, he was telling the emperor that he only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself and that it was not his expertise. This. Bai Qiu's expression darkened. Up to this point in the battle, there was nothing he could say he was proud of. He wanted to get sweet revenge on Yi Futian for what he had done, but by the looks of it, his efforts were nowhere near good enough. What was the meaning of what Yi Futian had just said? From far up in the skies, Hua Fenglu dry coughed. On the black-winged eagle, Hua Jieyu sat there just blinking her eyes, while Yuxing sat wide-eyed. He looked at Bai Qiu with pity. But forget about everyone else, even the emperor was not prepared for Yi Futian's utterance. He faltered momentarily and then looked at the handsome young man on the Fenghua platform. With a smile, he said, "That's fine. Then you may battle with the skill of your expertise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Futian bowed to the emperor. After that, he turned to look at Bai Qiu with a smile. "I would also like to see what your expertise is," said Bai Qiu said with a darkened expression. He placed his hands on the guqin and the music started once again. If he couldn't defeat Yi Futian, then all pride would be lost. The moment Bai Qiu's fingertips met the guqin, thunder and lightning filled the sky. The winds and the clouds shifted. He was playing the same piece as before. Yi Futian stepped forward, a majestic bright light accompanied the release of his golden rock spirit. In a split second, everyone's eyes were drawn back onto Yi Futian as they watched in shock while the life spirit appeared behind him. Twin spirits. A shiver went down everyone's spine. Yi Futian previously battled as a musical sorcerer and revealed his guqin spirit. Now, his golden rock spirit has also been unveiled. Twin spirits. The audience finally understood, not only had they underestimated Hua Jieyu. They had also underestimated Yi Futian. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Jieyu. The seven-starred Glory Plane trio were mysterious newcomers. It seemed like they were destined to stir up trouble at the Fenghua banquet. Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu had already revealed their true talents. Now, it was Yi Futian's turn. His musical sorcery was able to force Bai Qiu to attack at full power, but he told the emperor that he only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself. He wasn't solely a musical sorcerer. After that, he released a second life spirit. Bai Qiu, who had already begun to play, was also shocked. His cold eyes swept over to Yi Futian. Bai Qiu was supposed to have the advantage, fighting Yi Futian as a Dharma plane cultivator, but Yi Futian had stolen his spotlight from the very start. Thinking about this, Bai Qiu released his realization of Dharma. Gyukins appeared in the air and when he played, all the gyukins harmonized. A wave of frightening energy washed over the platform. The airflow became wild. The sound of the gyukins metamorphosed into sorcery. Lightning struck down on where Yi Futian was, but he ducked quickly and it struck onto empty space. He's so fast. Everyone looked towards the figure in the sky. Yi Futian's wings fluttered behind him. Wind sorcery wrapped around his body, making he even faster. He reached out his hand and the metal spiritual qi immediately formed into a golden rod which Yi Futian wrapped his hand around. Yi Futian took one step forward, and a force of invisible energy erupted from him. More flashes of lightning struck at him, but this time, Yi Futian did not duck to avoid it. Instead, he waved the rod forward and the bolts of lightning disappeared with a loud bang. Yi Futian stood stable like a mountain, his aura growing stronger by the moment. The music continued frantically. The storm was taking form. At the same time, the sound of the guqin continuously crept into Yi Futian's ear, wanting to drag him into the mood of the music. The sky was dark but lightning lit it up intermittently. Bai Qiu's music contained the double attack abilities of spirit and sorcery. With a peculiar look in his eyes, Yi Futian took advantage of the large force of spiritual energy from the eye of the storm to reject the influence of the music. In a flash, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and struck toward his opponent. As a musical sorcerer, it was only natural for Yi Futian to understand the weakness of musical sorcerers. Musical sorcerers were able to completely overpower powerful cultivators who cultivated only martial arts and not the element of spirit. More powerful musical sorcerers were also able to utilize their music to release attacks with sorcery. However, their weakness was very obvious: close-range combat. What would happen if someone got too close to a musical sorcerer during battle? But of course, it was not an easy task to get close to a musical sorcerer. Seeing that Yi Futian was closing in, Bai Qiu continued to play. The music formed a storm and headed for Yi Futian, wanting to destroy everything in its target location. However, Yi Futian moved in a curved line, perfectly dodging the attack. He did not try to meet the storm head-on. Bai Qiu's fingers moved unbelievably fast. They moved across the guqin wildly. The attack of sorcery formed by the music suddenly changed directions. Attacks of the spirit element were able to cover all directions, but those of sorcery were not. Everyone watched as the attack continuously changed directions. Yi Futian, who was zipping through the air with the help of his large golden rock wings, kept waving the long, golden rod around. There was an odd rhythm to his movements. Around him, a large force of power seemed to be gathering slowly. He is collecting power. The spectators watched Yi Futian's every action. While dodging Bai Qiu's attacks, he was simultaneously collecting power. His shining figure in the skies gave off a mystical feel. The force around him was getting stronger by the minute. Naturally, Bai Qiu had also taken notice. But what of it? Under the continuous spiritual attacks from his music, how much longer was Yi Futian going to last? Just then, Yi Futian's soaring body halted. The storm charging at him was destroyed, stricken by the rod. Yi Futian floated over Bai Qiu arrogantly. The frightening force of power revolved above Yi Futian, causing him to look majestic and imposing despite his not quite large physique. Clouds filled the skies while thunder and lightning harmonized. Crazy winds turned into sharp blades that cut through the air and flew towards Yi Futian. The rod in his hand danced. The incredible force of power destroyed the incoming storms without rest. His wings fluttered and with a step forward, the rod swung down hard, splitting the storm in two. The power in his attacks, this scene sent shivers down everyone's back. The storm had been destroyed by single swing of the rod. It was as if all the power in the world belonged to Yi Futian. His golden body shined bright. Instead of moving forward, Yi Futian traveled downward towards Bai Qiu, following the way created by the rod. This time, there was no more dodging, no more changing directions. Yi Futian was going to face Bai Qiu's attacks head-on. He had gathered enough power for genesis of the 9 heavenly attacks. Anyone who got in his way would die. Wild winds roared in the skies as the thunder dragon spirit growled. Its power was shocking and powerful that it would be enough to collapse the sky. The long rod danced and the force got stronger. Everything on earth was at the mercy of Yi Futian. Using the force of power, the second attack of the 9 heavenly attacks was administered. The skies were undisturbed as Yi Futian wiped out the storm. Once again, he descended, getting closer to Bai Qiu. The look in Yi Futian's eyes was extremely odd. The spiritual energy in his mind kept getting disturbed. However, with the help of the strong spiritual energy and will, he was able to control the force. When he attacked with the 9 heavenly attacks, there was an explosion of spiritual energy. His spiritual will had also leveled up. Bai Qiu's expression changed. His music revealed a hint of distress. How was it that such powerful musical sorcery still could not stop Yi Futian's advance? Bai Qiu watched the figure approaching himself slowly. His expression did not look too good. The force of power gathered around Yi Futian grew stronger. In fact, it was so strong that it could crush everything in its way. Bai Qiu's fingers danced across the guqin and a wave of spiritual qi exploded. But at the same time, Yi Futian moved. With the help of the incredible force, the rod swung down once again, wiping out everything. The air was about to explode. The long rod struck down towards Bai Qiu's attack spell without any obstacles. Wind sorcery enveloped Bai Qiu and carried him away in retreat. His music lost its flow. As Bai Qiu retreated, the golden rod escaped from Yi Futian's hands and bolted towards him in a flash. Seeing this, Bai Qiu withdrew his Guqin spirit immediately and sped up his retreat with wind sorcery. At the same time, he had to create a defense spell. The golden flash zipped through the air, and though its power was slightly diminished by Bai Qiu's defense, the rod still landed an attack on him. With a scream, Bai Qiu spat a mouthful of fresh blood. He lost color in his face in an instant. His body was thrown back and landed at the edge of the Fenghua platform. The crazy storms dissipated slowly. On the battle platform, Yi Futian stood arrogantly. His gifts were like no other. Right now, everything was silent, but deep down, everyone was shaking in disbelief. Yi Futian, a 7-starred glory plane cultivator, had defeated Dharma plane prodigy, Bai Qiu. His ferocious silhouette and domineering aura had been imprinted in everyone's mind. The members of the Qin clan looked pale. Bai Qiu was the representative of the Qin clan's young generation, but he was just defeated by Yi Futian, who was in a plane 3 levels lower than himself. Oh, the humiliation. Prodigy. Number 1 of the younger generation Qin clan members. Candidate for the Fenghua rank. Xin Xia from Kangyi College watched everything unfold from up in the skies. Her heart was anything but at ease. She thought back to when she had guided Yi Futian to the pretest site. At the time, she had pointed to Bai Qiu and told Yi Futian that he was a Dharma plane prodigy from the Qin clan and one of the top contenders for the Fenghua rank. When Bai Qiu had asked for Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, her opinion was that Yi Futian was extremely lucky to be thought of so highly by him. She had even purposely revealed her own level of cultivation with hidden pride. It was hilarious to think back at everything in the past now. Xin Xia had already been eliminated while the 3 of them shined the brightest. No one felt at peace. Just then, everyone saw Yi Futian watch Bai Qiu as he climbed up from the side of the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Do you still want me to be your musical attendant?" Hearing his question, many people looked over at Bai Qiu. Had he actually asked for Yi Futian to be his musical attendant? This was just too. Bai Qiu stared at Yi Futian coldly, only to see Yi Futian's carefree smile. To Bai Qiu, he said, "There's no need to look at me like that. Even if you continue to cultivate in the Qin clan for another 1 or 2 years, you won't be able to surpass me." Spectators were reminded of what Bai Qiu had said after Yi Futian's battle yesterday and the arrogance in his eyes when he said it. Looking at him now, all they felt for him was pity. The happenings of this year's Fenghua banquet was probably going to be something Bai Qiu would remember for the rest of his life. Chapter 122, It was indeed unforgettable. Bai Qiu was the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank. He was proud and confident. Seeing that Yi Futian was talented, he wanted the youth to become his musical attendant. In his opinion, Yi Futian should have taken this chance. Later, they continuously clashed and he wanted to solve it all at the Fenghua platform. He stopped Wang Yu from going against Yi Futian because he wanted to personally humiliate him. In the end, Bai Qiu was defeated. The Dharma plane genius of the Qin clan, the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank, had lost to someone in the 7-star glory plane. Tragic wasn't even enough to describe it. Can Bai Qiu still enter the Fenghua rank? Many of the spectators thought. Then they looked towards Yi Futian. They'd all underestimated him, but he had his eyes on the Fenghua rank. They even felt that it was very possible for Yi Futian to enter the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. This battle had been too shocking. "This guy is crazy," Princess Yi Lingxi said beside the throne. She smiled at Yi Futian. She couldn't believe that the youth who had played the guqin with her that night was actually so powerful. This is confidence. Emperor Yi chuckled, a pleased look flashing past his eyes. Everyone knew that Yi Futian had been right. If nothing extraordinary happened, Bai Qiu would never be able to surpass Yi Futian, let alone in 1 or 2 years. He'd never be able to erase this humiliation. Dragging his injured body, Bai Qiu took a step toward the sky. His entire presence felt decadent. The pride of the kingdom, so arrogant and confident before, had lost all spirit after this fight. Yi Futian looked up at the sky to Wang Yu. His eyes glinted and he said coldly, "Get down here." Wang Yu from the Dharma Plain dared to take revenge on Hua Jieyu because she defeated Lin Yueao. He was flirting with death. He wants to challenge Wang Yu after defeating Bai Qiu. The spectators shuddered. He really was taking them on one by one. He was at the 7-star glory plane, but he looked down on all these geniuses from the Dharma plane. Wang Yu's brows furrowed. He had seen Yi Futian and Bai Qiu's fight and he was surprised by how strong Yi Futian was. If Bai Qiu hadn't stopped him, he would have been the one down there. He would have underestimated Yi Futian. Now, he had witnessed Yi Futian's aggression and he became more serious. Blazing wings spread open, filled with the wild aura of fire. Wang Yu sped down and hovered in the air before Yi Futian. Yi Futian opened his arms. The metal elemental's spiritual qi gathered once again, transforming into a golden staff. He stepped forward, instantly creating an explosive burst of power. Boom! Fire ignited in Wang Yu's body. He was bathed in the firelight and the Dharma wings flapped. Wild wind blew as he pounced at Yi Futian, not giving him time to gather his power. He'd witnessed the earlier fight so he knew that Yi Futian's battle technique grew stronger as time went on. He must defeat Yi Futian before he gathered his power. The golden wings of the rock glowed behind Yi Futian. With the help of the wind spell, he rose up and spun in the air. Wind kept beating down as invisible power gathered and strengthened around him. Below him, countless flame dragons snapped at Yi Futian, wanting to seal off the air. They curled toward Yi Futian's flying body, the blazing heat burning him. Yi Futian's spinning body sped up. His power was shocking and everyone watched as the two kept rising upward. Just as the flame dragons were about to catch up to Yi Futian, a beautiful arc streaked past. Rather than rising, he smashed downward with his staff, Genesis. With one hit, the flame dragons were all destroyed. The staff also continued rumbling toward Wang Yu. The man didn't dodge. He released his life spirit, a terrifying flame bird. His body seemed to burn. Countless flame bird apparitions charged at Yi Futian with horribly hot flames. The golden staff swept through everything and crashed into Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu transformed into a frightening flame bird. His hands were like sharp claws, breaking the staff directly. There was a burst of horrifying power. The fire swept up and burned towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian used the powerful reverberations to bounce back and soar in the air. Everyone watched as a shocking strength coursed through him and he dove down again. However, Wang Yu was the pride of the Dharma plane, and he was skilled in close-contact fighting. He didn't fear this at all. His giant wings flashed and countless flame bird circled around him. The rich flames swept through the air. His wings flapped and all the flame birds seemed to charge at Yi Futian. They collided again. Everyone watched the two figures in the air with terror. Flames filled the void and Yi Futian's body seemed to burn. Wang Yu was skilled at close-contact combat and didn't fear Yi Futian's power. The spectators shuddered. Yi Futian might not win this fight. At this moment, Yi Futian grew stronger. He cast down the third strike of the 9 heavenly attacks. The moment the two collided, a terrifying gust of air currents spread in all directions. The two came to a deadlock and then separated. Yi Futian was still higher up. He stabilized himself and the strong power around him was still terrifying. This power is too much, the spectators thought. They stared at the two figures in the air, their hearts trembling. Yi Futian was too powerful to be able to fight in close contact with a Dharma plane mandate sorcerer skilled in combat. Wang Yu stared at Yi Futian. "What other tricks do you have?" he asked coldly. Yi Futian looked down on him. Inside, his blood began rumbling as the imperial tactics was activated. Rays of dazzling light streamed out of every part of his body. Then the majestic power grew stronger. It even showed signs of an emperor's power. The frightening intent burst out. Then his staff began spinning again. He went through each of the 9 heavenly attacks. Each one required extreme cooperation of his spiritual intent to display the true power of 9 heavenly attacks. Yi Futian used to only be able to perform the first 3. But after the fight in Donghai City, the mysterious emperor's intent passed a special technique to him, changing his body. With the cooperation of the imperial tactics, the 9 heavenly attacks could shine even brighter. Everyone witnessed as his grandeur intensified. The power of the 3 earlier hits was amplified on his body. A gust of animosity burst forth and Wang Yu's expression changed. Boom! Brilliant fiery wings flapped. Wang Yu moved up, charging at Yi Futian. He had felt danger. However, the moment he charged, Yi Futian looked over. His wings flapped and there was a burst of sound. Yi Futian rushed toward Wang Yu in a shockingly imposing manner. The 4th strike of 9 heavenly attacks swept through, creating a flurry of afterimages in the air and flattening everything. The flame bird charging at Yi Futian was all shattered. Wang Yu's expression turned more uncomfortable but his eyes shone with terrifying sharpness. He continued charging at Yi Futian. The various afterimages of the staff transformed into one. It became a staff that struck down. Wang Yu felt the unstoppable strength come down on him and his face paled. Then the spectators heard a pained cry. The golden staff had broken through everything and crashed against Wang Yu, smashing him to the ground. However, it was not over. Yi Futian's wings flapped and he followed. The golden staff continued striking, each one beating Wang Yu's body. He cried out continuously as he was forced down from the sky. After suffering countless hits, Wang Yu crashed onto the Fenghua platform with a loud boom. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face had lost all color. There wasn't an ounce of strength in his body. Everyone was dazed. They looked from Wang Yu's fallen body to Yi Futian, still standing in the air above him. They could sense that Wang Yu would be unable to participate in the later fights. Yi Futian couldn't truly disable him but, at the very least, he was unqualified for the Fenghua rank now. Does it feel good to take revenge for others? Yi Futian asked coldly. Wang Yu had bullied Fox because of Lin Yueyao. Since this was the case, Yi Futian would follow his lead. Everyone was speechless. Wang Yu had used his Dharma plane to bully Hua Jieyu for Lin Yueyao. They couldn't say anything against Yi Futian, who challenged him for his girlfriend Hua Jieyu. Plus, Yi Futian had used his 7-star glory plane abilities to challenge a Dharma plane and make him lose completely. In the air, Lin Yueyao looked down at Yi Futian, feeling unsettled. Yi Futian had already defeated the 2 strong cultivators of the Dharma plane. He was practically unmatched and unbeatable, even overshadowing Yu Sheng's earlier performance. Everyone could practically see his name in the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. They looked toward the emperor and saw that he was smiling. The emperor's eyes were calm and no one knew what he was thinking, but he must appreciate this kind of talent. Take him away. The strong cultivators of the Wang family looked uncomfortable. One waved his hand and people walked onto the Fenghua platform to help Wang Yu down. They'd thought that he would shine brightly today but unexpectedly, he'd disgraced them. There was nothing wrong with pursuing girls or being furious about love. However, it was embarrassing to lose to the boyfriend of the one he bullied. Many looked to Yi Futian. He didn't seem ready to back down. At this time, he raised his head slowly and looked toward the Kangyi College students. His gaze fell upon Yu Jiang. Smiling brightly, Yi Futian said, "Your turn." As soon as he spoke, Yu Jiang's gaze hardened but it was not only him. All the strong cultivators in the air focused their gazes there. Was he going to challenge all the strong ones in the Dharma plane? Chapter 123. Of course, Yi Futian had no intentions of fighting every single Dharma plane participant, but if he wanted to get into the top 3, he had to demonstrate the best of his talents for the emperor. In all honesty, revealing his twin spirits and defeating 2 Dharma plane cultivators was already enough, but Yi Futian did not want to risk anything. Because of this, it was better to defeat 1 more person in the Dharma plane as a safety measure. If he must defeat 1 more person, then Yu Jiang was naturally the best target. Yu Jiang did not look too good. He watched as Yi Futian stood in the air, looking at him with a smile. At last night's dinner, Yu Jiang had stepped in with a couple words of his own when Yi Futian ignored Bai Qiu's suggestion of a collaborative performance from Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. This must have been Yi Futian's revenge. At the time, Yu Jiang thought that a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator had no right to be pretentious and arrogant in front of Bai Qiu. But after the 2 battles just now, Yi Futian's power and strength made Yu Jiang realize how right it was for him to be arrogant. If Bai Qiu did not want to perform, what gave him the right to request that Yi Futian played and for Hua Jieyu to dance along? Stepping forward, Yu Jiang's eyes did not display much confidence. Neither Bai Qiu nor Wang Yu was any weaker than Yu Jiang, but they had both been defeated. The difference between the 3 was that Bai Qiu majored in musical sorcery, Wang Yu in martial arts, and Yu Jiang in sorcery. Walking up to Yi Futian, Yu Jiang did not say anything. His life spirit released the realization of Dharma. Both of them were released at the same time, forming a tree. The tree grew taller and taller, seeming to have been formed by spiritual qi. The branches and leaves extended outward non-stop and Yu Jiang stood at the center of the tree. Yu Jiang was a wood elemental sorcerer. He only cultivated in 1 element, but because he was a mandate sorcerer, he was able to cultivate this 1 element to its greatest potential. His powers were just as frightening as the rest. The giant tree's branches rustled toward Yi Futian. Gathering the spiritual qi around him, he was able to release the lock of 1,000 vines. In a split second, the vines blocked the sky and tried to encapsulate Yi Futian. Because of his life spirit and the realization of Dharma, the wood elemental sorcery that Yu Jiang used was much more powerful than that of other wood sorcerers. In a flash, Yi Futian moved backwards. At the same time, a fire dragon appeared. Growling, it raced towards the vines ahead. Fire sorcery was able to affect wood sorcery to a certain extent. But this was also true vice versa. Yu Jiang's sorcery was far more powerful than Yi Futian's. The vines brushed over the fire dragon and continued to travel towards Yi Futian. He can also use fire sorcery. He cultivates in sorcery. Everyone watching Yi Futian was speechless. Once again, they thought back to what he said, "I only cultivated musical sorcery to better myself." Boom! A wild flame erupted from Yi Futian. Unless amounts of fire spiritual qi rushed into his body. Very quickly, Yi Futian was bathing in the burning flames. His body was like an incinerator, ready to turn everything into ash. Even the long golden rod in his hand was enveloped in flames. The colors of the gold and the flames together were captivating. Of course, Yi Futian knew that he couldn't go up against a powerful cultivator in the Dharma plane with just sorcery. Although his sorcery was pretty powerful, it was visibly much weaker than his abilities in martial arts. He cultivated the enhancement methods passed down from Emperor Yi Qing, and then later acquired the imperial tactics. Every fiber of his body incredibly powerful. With just pure strength, he would have been able to defeat everyone below the Dharma plane. However, those in the Dharma plane were able to release the realization of Dharma. It was necessary to use tactics never seen before, like the 9 heavenly attacks, to bridge the gap in planes. It was the only way to defeat an opponent in a much higher plane. Even though it was true that Yi Futian was a full attribute mandate sorcerer and was highly gifted, because he cultivated in battle tactics, he was still stronger in martial arts under comparison with sorcery. When the vines came closer, his body soared through the air. His rod danced and a great force of power collected. The vines kept chasing after Yi Futian like there was no limit to where they could go. Yi Futian ignored the vines and continued to fly in the sky. He then swung his rod downward and a fearsome burst of flames rushed to engulf the vines. An apparition of the rod appeared and attacked Yu Jiang. Yu Jiang's face was emotionless. Countless vines appeared in front of him and blocked off the attack. However, that could not be considered a real attack. Yi Futian's rod swung down once again. His movements in the sky were not those of a battle. It looked more like he was practicing using the rod. This guy. Many people watched Yi Futian as he waved the golden rod enveloped in flames around in the sky. They began to realize that he was indeed practicing. To practice while in combat with Yu Jiang. What did Yi Futian take him for? Yu Jiang had realized as well. His expression was not too good. He moved up along the tree and straight for Yi Futian. The tree rustled loudly as with spiritual qi exploded in the air. Behind Yu Jiang, the giant tree shined brightly and began to grow outward continuously. It blocked the sky like a mystical tree. The giant tree vine curling toward Yi Futian looked like a coiling black dragon. The binding of the black dragon was a wood elemental spell and needed to be initiated with a strong force of wood spiritual qi. Yi Futian continued to mess with the rod. It was as if he could not see what was going on. When the vine got closer, he struck down for the third time and the wood elemental black dragon was destroyed. Yu Jiang's expression fell. Watching Yi Futian wave the rod around, collecting more power, he knew that things were taking a turn for the worst. Yi Futian destroyed Wang Yu with 4 strikes during the previous battle. Now, he was collecting power in preparation for his 4th strike at Yu Jiang. Just as everyone thought, Yi Futian was indeed cultivating. Previously, he made it to the 4th attack of the 9 heavenly attacks because of the imperial tactics. Now, he wanted to accomplish the same thing with his own powers. His will was strong. Right now, Yi Futian had no other thoughts. Everything around him had nothing to do with him. A large force of power gathered around him. It felt heavy. The 9 heavenly attacks were aggressive but hard to control. Strong willpower was needed to initiate it. Yi Futian's movements seemed to have slowed. Just then, the binding of the black dragon descended upon him once again. The vines came with frighteningly sharp thorns. They moved toward Yi Futian. Boom! Yi Futian emitted a shocking force of power. Next, the rod swung down and the black dragon exploded into pieces. Flames lit up the sky. Yi Futian followed the motion of the rod and descended like a burning man. Everything he passed turned into ash. This continued until the rod finally met with Yu Jiang's body. The hit smashed Yu Jiang down onto the Fenghua platform. Everywhere around the platform was extremely quiet. Their eyes went to the handsome figure in the sky. Yi Futian had defeated 3 Dharma plane cultivators in a row. He was good at musical sorcery, martial arts, sorcery, and was gifted in multiple elements, such as the element of spirit, metal, wind, and fire. Just as Yi Futian had predicted, with his gifts, he was most definitely going to be in the top 3 on the Fenghua rank. He was only in the 7-starred glory plane but was already one of the best among the group of 15 just in terms of combat skills. Besides the couple people in the 2nd-level Dharma plane, who would be able to touch him. Yi Futian did not spare a second glance at Yu Jiang who had fallen to the ground. His wild aura disappeared and, in a flash, he was back on the Black Wind Eagle. Many people continued to stare at Yi Futian. He was handsome and had a bright personality. He always had a light smile on his face, giving others a very comfortable feeling. But this handsome young man who didn't look like could hurt a fly, had just brutally defeated 3 extremely talented Dharma plane cultivators. Then, their attention shifted to Hua Jieyu, who was beside him. Presently, there was no one else who thought it was unfitting for the two to be together. They were the perfect couple, a match made in heaven. They were both unbelievably gifted and incredibly good-looking. When they stood together, Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, as well as the pride of all clans could not hold a candle to them. Furthermore, there was still Yu Sheng, standing behind the couple. He was also so talented, it was unnatural. People thought, what kind of group is this? After the shock had passed, the battles continued. Participants in the Dharma plane made exchanges on the platform. Young Lord Yi Wuqian and Kangyi College's Futian fan could be described as invincible. There was no one who could lay a hand on them. Without incident, these two would be the two most powerful people at the Fenghua banquet. Besides them, there was a prodigy-level person who was not from the Kangyi kingdom. He was also very powerful. After they were defeated by Yi Futian, Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang continued to battle. However, they had lost their air of arrogance. They had been taught a lesson by a 7-starred glory plane cultivator and no longer had the right to be arrogant. But to be honest, they were not weak at all. They were victorious battle after battle against those in the same plane. This helped everyone understand. The two of them weren't weak. Yi Futian was simply way too powerful. Even if it had been someone else in the first-level Dharma plane who fought against Yi Futian, the results would be the same. If that's how it was, Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang still had a chance to enter the Fenghua rank. Wang Yu was the most pitiful. He was beat until he lost his power to battle. He didn't even get a chance to demonstrate his talents. There was no reason for the emperor to pick him. In the glory plane, Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin battled. Both beauties were talented, but with the advantage of being in a higher plane, Lin Yueyao won. Despite that, Hua Zhixin perfectly displayed her combat skills in this battle. In terms of gifts and talents, Hua Zhixin wouldn't have lost to Lin Yueyao. After the two of them fought, there was no one else to compete. In the glory plane, there was also Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Jieyu, but who would they fight? They might as well challenge those in the Dharma plane. This saddened the two young women. Today on the Fenghua platform, the one who shined the brightest would have, without a doubt, been Hua Jieyu. She stole Lin Yueyao's spotlight. Yu Sheng fought another battle with someone in the Dharma plane. However, he did not win. The reason for that was simple. The opponent could fly and Yu Sheng couldn't, so he could take the attacks. This pissed off Yu Sheng big time. In the end, even though Yu Sheng hadn't been beat into the ground, he still stepped off the Fenghua platform feeling very melancholic. Although he did not win, no one dared to underestimate Yu Sheng's gifts. This guy was also able to fight Dharma plane cultivators. If only he could fly, then he would have had a chance of defeating those in the Dharma plane. As the battles came and went, the Fenghua banquet was getting closer to the end. No one would have ever expected for 3 7-starred glory plane cultivators to come out of nowhere and display such talents at the Fenghua banquet. Chapter 124. It was a little bit quiet since there were fewer people went to battle on the Fenghua platform. Only the strongest were left. They were the young Lord Yi Wuqian, Zui Qianfan from Kangyi College, and Li Yi. Other than Yi Futian's trio, Li Yi was the other dark horse. No one knew him before and he was not from this kingdom either. Among the talents from the other nations, Li Yi would be the most outstanding if Yi Futian's trio wasn't there. His life spirit was the sun bird, a 3-foot golden bird with the attributes of both wind and fire. He cultivated both sorcery and martial arts at the same time and his martial arts techniques were peculiar. When fighting, the fire inside him seemed to come not only from the spiritual qi of the world. It was more frightening than it. At this moment, Li Yi came out and looked at Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian had shone so brightly on the Fenghua platform but he still wanted to try. Yi Wuqian landed on the platform quickly. He looked calm as usual, his body standing there like a sword. Such temperament became especially obvious when he was about to fight. It was as if the intent of the sword surrounded him. Li Yi also reached the realization of Dharma through his life spirit. He turned into a huge golden bird. The flames could burn everything, and were far stronger than Wang Yu's. "You still won't release the Dharma?" Li Yi asked. "No need." Yi Wuqian was still calm, his tone full of confidence. The illusions of golden birds pounced toward Yi Wuqian with monstrous flames. For a moment, Yi Wuqian's body was set on fire, but he stood still with sword's light swirling around in a storm. They slashed through the illusions of the golden birds. What strong sword intent! People felt their hearts fluttering. The sword intent around Yi Wuqian seemed to turn into a substantive sword moving around his body. It was amazing. Before the Fenghua banquet started, Yi Wuqian had been cheered the most. Everyone took him as the strongest and Yi Wuqian didn't disappoint them. Li Yi moved quickly toward Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian stepped forward only one step and the sword intent swept as if it gathered an endless amount into one sword. He was that one sword. Li Yi halted. Yi Wuqian seemed to be a real sword to him instead of a man. The flames went out. Li Yi turned and flew away. I was defeated. Hearing Li Yi's voice, the people felt somewhat confused. In the beginning, Li Yi chose to challenge Yi Wuqian even when knowing his mightiness. Why did he concede before the fight? They didn't understand, but for Li Yi, he knew he was defeated as soon as Yi Wuqian stepped forward. He hadn't reached the other's state, not only technically but also spiritually. Yi Wuqian drew back his foot and returned to the air. Many eyes fell upon Zhuo Qianfan, who was the only one left who was considered a threat to Yi Wuqian. However, Zhuo Qianfan was not going to fight. Perhaps he was not confident enough. Of course, as long as he didn't fight, no one would know who was stronger. Yi Wuqian didn't have the desire to challenge him. He was confident enough to believe that there were no rivals on the Fenghua banquet and there was no need to challenge anyone. The Fenghua platform became quiet again. It seemed that no one continued to fight. An elder of Kangyi College went on the platform and said, "Anyone else? Otherwise, this is the end." No one responded. The elder looked at the emperor. Emperor Yi nodded slightly. The disciples from the Kangyi College bowed and departed. People all looked at those young people in the void. 10 of them would be called out by the emperor and shine brightly. There were many guesses about the ranking. Go up to the platform, the emperor said, smiling. Everyone went to the stage, including Yi Futian's trio. Only Wang Yu was lifted up pathetically. The pitiful Wang Yu glared at Yi Futian. He didn't want to come since it was impossible for him to be on the list. However, this is the rule of the Fenghua banquet. His father ordered some people to carry him to the platform. Yi Futian didn't look at Wang Yu. Wang Yu definitely hadn't expected to have such consequences when he was fighting for Lin Yueyao. The 15 people all appeared on the platform. Yi Wuqian still looked calm as if he didn't care about anything while Zhuo Qianfan smiled handsomely. Lin Yueyao looked around with a complex expression. Her beautiful eyes flitted between Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She had never thought that there could be another woman who shone brighter than her. Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu had lost their previous arrogance because of that man on the platform, Yi Futian. Although they performed well in the later rounds, people would only remember the round with Yi Futian. The youth was too talented that they could only serve to make him look better in comparison. Gradually, they looked up at the throne in front. The emperor smiled at them and said, "Number 10 on the Fenghua list, Lin Yueyao." The emperor's voice made people's hearts tremble. Lin Yueyao, the first beauty of Kangyi Kingdom, was very talented. She had been renowned even before the Fenghua banquet. Now, she was indeed on the Fenghua list but in last place. To appear on the list was unattainable for most people. However, there was nothing to be proud of for Lin Yueyao. In her 2 fights, she was defeated by Hua Jieyu and won Hua Jixin slightly. No one could complain about the emperor's ranking. It was reasonable. Number 9, Yu Jiang, the emperor continued to announce. The hero of the Kangyi College was 9th. Although he was defeated by Yi Futian, he still performed outstandingly. He deserved the 9th place. Number 8, Bai Qiu, the emperor went on. Many people also guessed this outcome. Yu Jiang, Bai Qiu, and Wang Yu were the 3 talents in realization of Dharma, but they were all defeated by Yi Futian. However, it was proved later that Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu were not weaker than the others in the Dharma plane. It was just because Yi Futian was too monstrous. Therefore, Yi Futian must be one of the top 3. It was absolutely a miracle that a man from the 7-star glory plane could be one of the top 3. Number 7, Hua Zhixin. Hua Zhixin, another beauty, was the 7th. Hua Zhixin herself felt a little bit surprised. She looked at the emperor with puzzlement. She had only fought with Lin Yueyao and she was defeated. Why would the emperor put her in 7th place? It was unexpected not only for Hua Zhixin but also for many other people. However, they knew that it couldn't call a defeat since Hua Zhixin had used the 8-star glory plane to fight with Lin Yueyao to that extent. If she was on the same plane as Lin Yueyao, it was quite possible for her to win. Lin Yueyao was also stunned. She had battled twice, defeated by Hua Jieyu but victorious over Hua Zhixin. However, the emperor ranked her at the last and set Hua Zhixin at the 7th place. It was natural to be upset. Number 6, Li Yi, the emperor continued. Li Yi, a strong cultivator in the Dharma plane, was 6th. There were 5 people left. Yi Futian's trio were all in the top 5. Other than them, there was also Yi Wuqian and Zhuo Qianfan. These two hadn't been defeated yet. In fact, Yu Sheng was just like Hua Zhixin. He had only fought once and was defeated. So what? Who was Yu Sheng's competitor? It was the genius in the Dharma plane and it shouldn't be counted as a defeat. He had left because he couldn't hit the other. As for Hua Zhixin and Lin Yueyao, Yu Sheng just didn't want to fight with them, which made sense to everyone. No one was surprised by the result. There was another man who was defeated in his only fight but was also strong. It was Wang Yu, but he was different. His rival was Yi Futian who was only at the 7-star glory plane. They were on the same plane but different levels. However, he was defeated to a miserable extent as everyone could see. After that, he had no chance to prove himself as Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang did. He could blame no one. It was destined that his name couldn't appear on the list. Next was the top 5. Everyone was looking forward to the result. Emperor Yi looked at those people on the platform. Everyone tensed. The remaining people were really difficult to rank. Of Zhuo Qianfan, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng, who would be the 5th? Zhuo Qianfan hadn't been defeated yet, while what he had showed was just as powerful as Yi Wuqian. Therefore, Zhuo Qianfan and Yi Wuqian must be the 2 strongest. Some people wondered whether Zhuo Qianfan didn't challenge Yi Wuqian to deliberately avoid him. As for Hua Jieyu, she had only fought once and defeated Lin Yueyao, crossing 2 planes. Yu Sheng was also strong. There would be dispute no matter who was the 5th. Do you have anything to say? The emperor smiled and asked. Everyone's expressions grew complex. Zhuo Qianfan smiled and said, Your Highness, though I haven't fought with Yi Wuqian, there is a greater possibility for me to be defeated if we battle. From Yi Wuqian's matchless demeanor, he must be the top one. As for me, just take me as I was defeated. Many people looked at Zhuo Qianfan in surprise. He seemed to be uninterested in the ranking. Many people admired his attitude for he took the initiative to admit that he would be defeated and recommended Yi Wuqian to be the top one. But Yu Sheng glanced at Zhuo Qianfan coolly. For him, the first place should be Yi Futian. Zhuo Qianfan didn't have the right to judge and disturb the emperor's decision. Yu Sheng knew that Yi Futian might not be so interested in the rank either. He didn't challenge anyone else after defeating the 3 talents in the Dharma plane. This meant his goal was only the top 3. He attended the Fenghua banquet only for his teacher's injury. Whether it was 1st or 3rd place was not so important to him. However, Yu Sheng cared about this. Zhuo Qianfan was from the Kangyi College while Yi Futian had humiliated Yu Jiang who was from Kangyi College too. Chapter 125. Although Yu Sheng had a bad temper, he was definitely not dumb. On the contrary, he was very smart in certain aspects. Zhuo Qianfan's words made him some generous but in reality, they carried a hidden meaning. He said it on purpose. Any place in the top 3 was honorable and could make a request to the emperor, but first place and the 2 places afterward were still different. Many times, people only ever remembered those in first place. Plus, if Yi Wuqian was first, that meant the determining factor was ability, then it would be only fair to give Zhuo Qianfan second place. I only had one battle and was defeated, I should be in 5th place, said Yu Sheng. He suddenly looked in the emperor's direction and said, Zhuo Qianfan and Yi Wuqian are both second-level Dharma plane cultivators. Yi Wuqian being the stronger of the 2. Although Zhuo Qianfan was not actually defeated in battle, he did not battle with Yi Wuqian and has admitted that he is lacking in comparison. Zhuo Qianfan did not fully prove his worth. He should be 4th place. Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang were dumbfounded by Yu Sheng's words. Especially Zhuo Qianfan. His gaze turned sharp as a knife. Yu Sheng had pointed out in front of everyone that Zhuo Qianfan had not proved his worth. That makes sense, the emperor smiled and nodded. Even though you only fought one battle, it was with a Dharma plane cultivator. Had it been anyone in planes lower than the Dharma plane, you would have easily won, he said to Yu Sheng. As for Zhuo Qianfan, you have incredible abilities and is obviously very generous. You are indeed a student of Kangyi College. Emperor Yi announced with a smile on his face, 5th place on Fenghua rank goes to Zhuo Qianfan. Hearing Emperor Ye's compliment, Zhuo Qianfan let out a small smile, but that smile froze on his face when he heard the second half of the sentence. However, he recovered quickly. In the air above the Fenghua platform, many people had their attention trained in their direction. The conversation between Yu Sheng, Zhuo Qianfan, and the emperor was full of hidden meanings. In the end, Emperor Yi had placed Zhuo Qianfan in 5th. Kangyi College was the most well-known place of cultivation in the imperial city, but although they had 2 students on the Fenghua rank, none of them made it to top 3. Hua Jieyu, 4th. The audience did not think much of it. Emperor Yi continued to announce the results, and in 4th place was Hua Jieyu, not Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng had asked to be placed 5th, but now, the emperor had left him for the top 3. Yu Sheng actually made it into the top 3 despite his loss in the only battle he fought. This seemed senseless but right at the same time. The Fenghua rank did not only look at wins or losses, but combat power and abilities as well. When making a decision, it was only natural that the emperor also took gifts, talents, and potential into consideration. For example, even though it was Hua Jieyu who defeated Lin Yueyao, Yu Sheng would have been able to as well. Hua Jieyu also battled with Wang Yu but was unable to contend against him. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, was able to face his opponent's realization of Dharma. The ranking between the 2 was clear. And that was why Yu Sheng placed before Hua Jieyu. Yu Sheng felt surprised himself and looked strangely at the emperor. It seemed Emperor Yi felt his gaze because he chuckled before saying, Yu Sheng, 3rd. Hearing that Yu Sheng was placed 3rd in the end, many people looked at the emperor in admiration. The rankings from 3rd to 10th place looked simple but was actually very complicated. Yi Wuqian was the most powerful cultivator at the Fenghua banquet and Yi Futian was the most fearsome. He was able to defeat people in planes much higher. The 2 of them were rightfully in the top 2. Next, it was time to see who got first place. At this moment, everyone stared closely at Emperor Yi, awaiting his answer. However, what he did was turn his gaze over to the last 2 participants. He smiled and asked them, what do you guys think about this? Yi Wuqian's gaze fell on Yi Futian. He said, I am a 2nd-level Dharma plane cultivator and you, a 7-starred glory plane cultivator. In the battles before, I didn't challenge you to a battle because it would put you at too much of a disadvantage. But since His Majesty has asked, I really want to experience the tactics you used with the rod. I'll only defend, no attacks. How does that sound? The 9 heavenly attacks was truly a majestic sight, but at Yi Wuqian's level of cultivation, it would be too much for him to initiate a challenge with Yi Futian. Yi Futian gave him an odd look but nodded anyway. All right. Having arrived at an agreement, the 2 stepped onto the center of the Fenghua platform. They stood opposite of each other. Yi Wuchen stood there exuding the intention of sword. He seemed sharp as a sword. In Yi Futian's hand, the long rod appeared. Boom! Yi Futian took a step forward. An invisible force suddenly exploded. Boom! He took another step, this time stronger than the last. Step by step, Yi Futian walked closer to Yi Wuchen. With every step the force of power escalated until a powerful storm began to revolve around Yi Futian's body. Yi Wuchen remained standing quietly. No matter what Yi Futian did, he remained stationary. When the force escalated all the way to the top, Yi Futian's wings appeared and took him up in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, the long golden rod struck down and, in the air, a bright light flashed by. Just then, Yi Wuchen took a small step forward. Only one step. A wave of sword intent charged towards the rod, striking down at him. A loud crash. He was not able to destroy the golden rod. Instead, the intent of sword was repelled back at Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian used the force of repulsion to his advantage. He soared through the sky, his force even stronger now. The rod struck down a second time, stronger than the first. Yi Wuchen reached out his hand to point into the air. The intent of sword filled the air and raced into the sky. Yi Futian could feel an invisible storm of swords hitting the long rod. Even though Yi Futian had a great force behind him, he was still unable to advance forward. He soared through the air once again and administered the third attack of the 9 heavenly attacks. Yi Wuchen lifted his head to look up at the sky, and the intent of 1,000 swords gathered by him. All of them rushed towards the rod coming down at him. The third attack had also been blocked. Having been fended off once again, Yi Futian stood arrogantly in the air. The force of power flowed around his body. His gaze sharpened and fell on Yi Wuchen below. Unknowingly, an intent to battle brewed in Yi Futian. Compared to Wang Yu, Bai Qiu, and the rest, Yi Wuchen's abilities were much, much stronger. He was on a different level from everyone else. The long rod danced in the air and its apparitions appeared. A large wave of intent of battle washed downward and an explosion sounded. With the great force of power pushing forward, the rod struck for the 4th time. The tens of thousands of apparitions combined into one. The intent of sword rushed towards the rod once again, but this time, it was destroyed. At this sight, Yi Wuchen moved quickly. With a step, he lifted into the air. His body morphed into a sword, the intent of sword joined his body and charged at the long rod. Finally, when the rod struck again, the endless amount of sword intent filled the finger that Yi Wuchen pointed out with, and a large sword appeared. When the two weapons meet, they were both destroyed, dissipating into nothing. Yi Futian stood in the air and looked at Yi Wuchen. With a smile, he complimented, "Incredible." Yi Futian did not care too much about wins and losses. Although Yi Wuchen was in the 2nd level Dharma plane, he was incredibly gifted to begin with. So, even though he was in the same plane as Bai Qiu and others, they could not be compared. This gap between Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen was too large for Yi Futian to overcome. Yi Wuchen nodded and returned to his original position. Yi Futian also returned to stand beside Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu. The results of this round were not as surprising to everyone. The gap was too great. Emperor Yi looked at the two of them and then his gaze settled on Yi Wuchen. "Wuchen, how would you feel if I placed you first?" Everyone's heart began to race. Had the emperor already decided who was going to be first place on the Fenghua rank? Yi Wuchen was invincible during this year's Fenghua banquet and was definitely qualified to be first. Yi Wuchen lifted his head to look at Emperor Yi. Under the gaze of all spectators, he opened his mouth slowly and said, "Yi Futian is more qualified than I am." His words dumbfounded everyone. They all looked at him in shock. But Emperor Yi only smiled, seemingly very satisfied at Yi Wuchen's reply. He looked at Yi Wuchen and smiled, "Then as you wish." Second on the Fenghua rank, Yi Wuchen. At this announcement, everyone was shaken. They were surprised by the emperor's decision. The emperor had asked Yi Wuchen what he thought of being first. This made everyone think that he was going to be in first place. But now, countless pairs of eyes landed on the Fenghua platform, right at the handsome figure standing between Hua Jieyu and Yu Sheng. They all knew that after today, Yi Futian would be famous throughout the entire Kangyi kingdom. Beside Emperor Yi, Yi Lingxi smiled at Yi Futian. He was finally receiving the honor he deserved for his gifts. He defeated 3 Dharma Plain cultivators in a row and was destined to shine brighter than others. First place on the Fenghua rank, Yi Futian, said Emperor Yi with a smile. Everyone was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were focused on a single person, truly the center of attention. Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang of the Kangyi College stood frozen. Yi Futian. First place. While Zhuo Qianfan was placed 5th. Bai Qiu and Wang Yu looked coldly at Yi Futian. Hua Zhixin hid a smile. She was happy for him. Lin Yueyao looked conflicted. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. He had been chased from the Nanda nation. Carrying rage and hate, he had come a long way to arrive at the Kangyi kingdom. He never expected to stand out so much in this country. This was the kind of person Yi Futian was. No matter where he went, he would always be the most outstanding, the brightest existence. No one could go above him. Yu Sheng burst into laughter. His smile was silly, making him look like a completely different person than the wild fighter from before. He was so happy, it was like he had gotten first place. It was possible that Yu Sheng wouldn't even be this happy had he actually gotten first place himself. Far away, Hua Fenglu, Nanda Wenin, Tang Wan, Tang Lan, and Yi Qingxian were all looking at Yi Futian. A great big smile met all of their eyes. The young man already stood out from the rest in the city of Donghai. It was Emperor Luo's imperial order that ended his journey in the Nanda nation abruptly. It was fortunate that the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom appreciated Yi Futian's gifts and gave him the honor he deserved. Out of all the gifted and talented young cultivators in the Kangyi kingdom who had gathered for the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian was first. Emperor Yi smiled at Yu Sheng and asked, Yu Sheng, have you thought about what request you would like to make? Yu Sheng lifted his head, and his eyes met with Emperor Yi. He scratched his head. He actually hadn't thought of any request he would like to make because he never thought he would make it into the top 3. Your Majesty, you seem like a pretty nice guy, so I won't ask you for anything, Yu Sheng said with an honest smile. To him, Yi Futian's honor was more important than everything else. The sight of Emperor Yi was a lot more pleasing to Yu Sheng now. Everyone was shocked by Yu Sheng's utterance. A pretty nice guy. Even Emperor Yi was dumbfounded. He then let out a light-hearted laugh. To Yu Sheng, he said, no one has ever said that to me before. I'll remember what you said. Chapter 126, The nobles around Emperor Yi also laughed. His Majesty seemed to really appreciate Yu Sheng. But everyone was surprised to find him, a humanoid monster when fighting, so simple and honest. No one expected that Yu Sheng would give up such an opportunity which many people longed for. Emperor Yi even joked that he had the chance to marry the princess with this opportunity. You idiot, Yi Futian scolded under his breath while still smiling. He looked toward the emperor. Yu Sheng, there is no jesting in His Majesty's words. Since you get the top 3, you should ask for something or you are looking down upon His Majesty. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, everyone looked at him, startled. That handsome figure, standing there quietly, looked to the emperor straightforwardly and sincerely as if he was really thinking for the emperor's good. Even Emperor Yi was astonished. His words seemed to be quite reasonable. That's right. Yu Sheng, if you don't ask for a reward, you are looking down upon me. Think about it again. The emperor smiled at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. These 2 little kids are really interesting. Yu Sheng was bewildered. He looked at the emperor and then looked at Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu chuckled. He was the same as before. Wuchen, what's your request? The emperor looked at Yi Wuqian, smiling. Your Highness, I would like to pay a visit to the palace's library, Yi Wuqian answered. The emperor's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, you make some good requests. Okay, I promise you. Thank you, Your Highness, Yi Wuqian said. The emperor finally looked to Yi Futian and asked, Yi Futian, what do you want? Your Highness, I want to have my teacher cured, Yi Futian said with anticipation in his eyes. This was the reason why he attended the Fenghua banquet. Many people were somewhat surprised. Since Yi Futian was so talented, who would his teacher be? And this person seemed to have been injured, so Yi Futian asked for the emperor's help. Where is your teacher and how was he injured? The emperor asked. Yi Futian looked back to the crowd's direction and shouted, Masteress. Hearing Yi Futian, Nanda Wenin and Tang Lan walked out from the crowd. They helped Hua Fenglu to the Fenghua platform. Many people were shocked at the trio. Without mentioning their talent, this group was just too good-looking. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's good looks went without saying. Now among these three people, Hua Fenglu was handsome with a gentle demeanor while Nanda Wenin next to him was so elegant, noble, and as beautiful as the queen beside the emperor. Tang Lan was also very attractive. Father, mother. Hua Jieyu went forward. People suddenly understood their relationships. No wonder Hua Jieyu had such charming features. Then people looked at Yi Futian. This guy had snatched his teacher's daughter, amazing. At the same time, they also vaguely guessed the reason why Yi Futian attended Fenghua banquet to show his talent. He attended it for his teacher. My teacher's life spirit has been destroyed. Later he forced his life spirit to fight, which caused great trauma to his spiritual force, Yi Futian explained. I heard that only sorcerers from spiritual elemental can cure my teacher's injury. Please help me, Your Majesty. Can you still release your life spirit? The emperor asked, looking at Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu nodded slightly. Then a light shone as if his life spirit appeared, but instead of it, the people saw broken fragments of a guqin. People inferred that Hua Fenglu must be a music sorcerer from Yi Futian's music spell. Emperor Yi also figured out this fact and nodded. No problem. His injury can be cured. Yi Futian expected this but was still very comforted to hear this from the emperor. He bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Weren't you the one who said that a man would never go against his words? Since I've promised you, I will definitely meet my words, the emperor said, smiling. Yi Futian smiled too. The emperor had seen through him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hua Jieyu expressed her thanks too. Would her father's injury finally be cured? Nanda Wenin and Tang Lan looked at Hua Fenglu and smiled. They then looked at Yi Futian, gratified. Hua Fenglu was very calm but felt warm inside too. Although this disciple was sometimes shameless, he was still fond of the youth since Yi Futian was very like him. Yu Sheng, are you ready? The emperor once again asked Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian and said, I want to find my teacher. Yi Futian immediately understood him. Thinking of Yi Xiang, Yi Futian also missed him. That old man must be safe. Let me explain, Yi Futian said. From the emperor's attitude today, Yi Futian thought it would be proper to tell their true identity since the two countries were rivals. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded. Yi Futian looked to the emperor and said, I want to ask Your Majesty's forgiveness first. The emperor looked at him in puzzlement. Another forgiveness? These guys seem to have some secrets. Say it. I will not punish you, the emperor said. We are not from the Kangyi kingdom, Yi Futian said. Hearing this, many cheery people became silent and studied Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Jieyu had displayed amazing talent at this banquet. Now they said they were not the people of this kingdom. They took 2 of the top 3 places. This was a slap to the talents of Kangyi kingdom. The emperor was slightly stunned but recovered instantly. They were so gifted but not the people of this kingdom. They must have attended the Fenghua banquet for an ulterior motive. Go on, the emperor said. We come from East Sea Prefecture of the Nanda nation. Yi Futian's words raised an uproar in the surrounding crowd. The Nanda nation was the enemy of Kangyi Kingdom. People from the enemy nation came to their Fenghua banquet and shone so brightly. I cultivated in Donghai Academy, but on the last day of the divine calendar, Yi Futian continued, Emperor Luo suddenly ordered to execute us. Thanks to the elders' fight to the death to protect us, we escaped safely to the Kangyi Kingdom. Emperor Yi nodded lightly. He looked at Hua Jieyu, smiled and said, no wonder I am familiar with her life spirit. She must have an uncommon identity, right? My masteress comes from the Nanda clan, the past noble family of Nanda nation, but the Nanda family was also ordered to kill us. Yi Futian did not conceal anything since the emperor had guessed it. The East Sea Prefecture was in such unrest. If Emperor Yi wanted to investigate, it was very easy to find out. It would be better for him to tell everything straightforwardly. The past royal family, so she was a former princess. Emperor Yi smiled and continued, what does this have to do with Yu Xing's request? Yu Xing's teacher was also one of the elders, Yi Xiang, the former headmaster of the School of Finance Star in East Sea Prefecture, Yi Futian answered. In order to help us escape, he left to fight the pursuers. Yu Xing naturally worries about him. He wants to ask whether your majesty could help find his teacher. Emperor Yi looked at Yu Xing and the youth nodded. In the distance, Yi Qingshuan's eyes reddened. She had been worried about her father all these days. She hoped Emperor Yi could agree. Countless eyes fell upon Emperor Yi, including Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Although they were from Nanda nation, they were being chased by the killers from Nandu. Therefore, Emperor Yi could not blame them. Yi Futian guessed that the emperor might agree, but before the emperor did so, he was still unsure about it. Emperor Yi looked at the people in front of him, geniuses from Nandu and members of the old royal family. Why did Emperor Luo want to kill them? Emperor Yi could guess a few reasons why an emperor would order to kill these young people. They threatened the royal power. A cultivator's nationality should not restrict them. Though you are from the Nanda nation, now that you have come to my kingdom, you are my citizen. Emperor Yi said, it's their loss to expel you. Hearing the emperor's words, Yi Futian and the others felt reassured. Emperor Yi looked to Yi Futian again and smiled. What you and Yu Xing asked is not a big deal. I promise you. In addition, the three of you are in the top 5. You deserve the reward. You and Yu Xing made requests, so I will give Hua Jieyu the reward. She is the descendant of the old royal family, a former princess. Now that she has come to the Kangyi Kingdom, I shall confer her the title of a non-family princess and give her the freedom to enter the palace. What say you? Emperor Yi had figured out Yi Futian's importance in this group. Hua Jieyu was his girlfriend while Yu Sheng was willing to listen to him. Even his master and masteress trusted him very much. This was why Emperor Yi was talking to Yi Futian. The surrounding people were shocked that the emperor wanted to make Hua Jieyu a princess. According to the emperor, Hua Jieyu was rewarded for the 3 of them. The reward of the title of princess was reasonable as a combination of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th place rewards. After a while, many people recovered from the shock. They immediately understood the emperor's intention and their eyes were full of admiration. The group was wanted for death in the Nanda nation, but Kangyi Kingdom's emperor rewarded them heavily, even conferring Hua Jieyu the title of princess. Not only did he strengthen ties, this action also represented Emperor Ye's generosity. Yi Futian naturally understood this. He wasn't hung up on Nanda nation's status. Hua Jieyu's title of princess was just a title, but it represented Emperor Ye's attitude and required a response. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yi Futian said without any hesitation. Everyone was stunned by this. What a surprise for today's Fenghua banquet. Hua Jieyu was conferred the title of non-family princess. Chapter 127, Hua Jieyu was still in a daze. How did she suddenly become a princess of the Kangyi kingdom? Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin also froze momentarily. Then, they broke out into a smile. This way, it could be said that they had gained a footing in the Kangyi kingdom. This would solve many of the worries they had. Many nobles stood to bow at Hu Jieyu. Greetings, Princess Jieyu. Even though Hua Jieyu was an outsider given the title of princess and did not equal a real princess, everyone understood the emperor's intentions. From now on, Yi Futian's trio was definitely going to be of an extraordinary status. The people must show respect to the emperor's decisions. Besides, it was very logical for Emperor Yi to confer the title upon Hua Jieyu. Conferring her was equal to conferring Yi Futian. The man a princess was in love with would naturally become a prince in the future. What should Jieyu call your majesty? Yi Futian asked the emperor. It's just a title, not of importance. For now, she can call me however she pleases. When she gets used to this title, she may even call me godfather if she is willing, smiled Emperor Yi. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian and then at her parents. She was not perfect without proper etiquette. Emperor Yi was so nice to her and had agreed to heal her father. How could she be casual with what she called him? She looked at Emperor and bowed, greetings to godfather from Jieyu. Emperor Yi smiled brightly. He went on to say, talented young men and women have demonstrated their gifts at the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. Hua Jieyu has proven herself to be beautiful and capable like no other. I am very happy to have her as my goddaughter. Congratulations, father, said the princes and princesses beside him. Congratulations, your majesty, the nobles congratulated once again. They stood and held out both hands while they bowed to the emperor. Some people in the crowd looked toward Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, who was still standing on the Fenghua platform. Emperor Yi had said that Hua Jieyu was beautiful like no other. There was no need for explanation. Hua Jieyu was indeed more beautiful than Lin Yueyao. Now, Hua Jieyu had been bestowed the title of princess and was the recipient of everyone's endless praises. It seemed like the title of Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty was going to have to transfer over to someone else. Jieyu, I don't have a welcoming gift prepared at hand, but I will personally make a request to the imperial advisor for him to help your father, Emperor Yi said, smiling. Many people looked at Hua Fenglu enviously. He must have been so proud to have such a disciple and such a daughter. Thank you, godfather. The smile on Hua Jieyu's face was big and bright. The imperial advisor must have been a person of great power, seeing how the emperor said he would make a request. As for everyone else's rewards, I have already prepared them in the Kangyi Kingdom library. According to your placing on the Fenghua rank, you may choose one out of 3 things, a treasure, a spell book, or battle tactic book. You may all follow me into the imperial palace. Emperor Yi stood up and continued, the Fenghua banquet is now officially over. After he was done speaking, he turned to guide the empress on to the carriage. The princes and princesses followed after them. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked at each other and smiled. The Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet had finally come to an end with great results. They hadn't wasted a trip. Master, let's head into the palace, Yi Futian said to Hua Fenglu. Let's go. Nandu Wenin sighed loudly and said, do you think there's a chance they could repair your life spirit as well? My life spirit was shattered into pieces. It's not that easy, said Hua Fenglu. He did not have high hopes. As long as they were able to heal his injuries so that he could live like a normal person, he was happy. A large group of people followed the emperor into the imperial palace. However, there were still some people who remained standing around the Fenghua platform, not wanting to leave. The Fenghua banquet was a gathering of cultivators in the Kangyi Kingdom, but instead, the spotlight had been stolen by the trio from the Nanda nation. The 3 of them did not seem to be of any special background, but they were all incredibly powerful. At the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian got first place, Hua Jieyu was given the title of princess, and Yu Xing received high regards from the emperor. They 3 of them were destined for greatness. Besides that, everyone witnessed just how powerful Yi Wuqian was. He was invincible on the Fenghua platform. However, Lin Yueyao, who was the center of attention and the most outstanding female in Kangyi Kingdom before the Fenghua banquet, was completely outshined by Hua Jieyu. She had received a mere last place on the Fenghua rank. Even Hua Zhixin had placed higher than her. Only when they saw the large group of figures disappear slowly, did the people around the platform go their separate ways. Afterward, the news spread rapidly all over the imperial Kangyi city. In the imperial palace, the carriage was moving forward. Just then, an imperial bodyguard beside the carriage came to Yi Futian. "His Majesty has requested you." Yi Futian nodded and headed for the carriage ahead. Lin Yueyao, Bai Qiu, Zhuo Qianfan, and the others watched Yi Futian's silhouette with a mix of emotions. They were all thinking something different. Yi Futian arrived next to the carriage. "Your Majesty," he greeted the emperor seated in the carriage. "There are still many things you have yet to explain. As talented as you are, what is the royal Luo family's reason for wanting you dead?" asked Emperor Luo. "Your Majesty, it might have had something to do with a prophecy told by the Nanda nation's left minister, Minister Zhua," answered Yi Futian. "I know that Minister Zhua is an astrologer." "Explain," said Emperor Luo. "I once traveled with Minister Zhua. It was then that he might have told my fortune. He bestowed the decree of the minister upon me afterward. Then by chance, he also told Jieyu's fortune. Because of this, the Crown Prince became aware of us. He went all the way to Donghai Academy to see me. He asked for me to follow under his leadership and told me that he would make me his minister once he became the emperor, but I rejected. Then came an imperial order from Emperor Luo. He made me the Crown Prince's study attendant and Jieyu the Crown Princess. Our only choice was to defy the order and flee for our lives." Yi Futian did not keep anything from Emperor Yi because he could easily find out the truth by sending someone to Donghai City. The emperor's eyes brightened. Based on what Yi Futian had said, many things became clear. It was obvious that Emperor Luo gave such an order on purpose as an excuse to get rid of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. "Looks like you and Jieyu were destined to become emperor and empress," Emperor Yi laughed at Yi Futian. "But I've never even thought about becoming emperor. I had no intentions of stealing the Nanda nation throne," said Yi Futian. He did not mention that he indeed was fated to be emperor but not the emperor of a country. "You didn't think of it before, but after what happened, there's a chance of it happening. This is probably what they call fate," smiled Emperor Yi. Yi Futian did not say anything. He was not going to become the emperor of a country, those were not his intentions, but the royal family of the Nanda nation must be eliminated. He was willing to do anything to make sure this happened. "The Luos found an excuse to kill you and yet you were able to escape." Emperor Luo was curious. If Emperor Luo gave out such an order, then it would only make sense that he would have made sure that there was no way Yi Futian could make it out alive. "We barely made it," said Yi Futian. "My grandmaster sacrificed his life to make sure we survived, and Yusheng's master, Senior Yi Xiang, is still missing." He did not tell the emperor that even though such grave sacrifices were made, they never would have made it out of Donghai City alive if it hadn't been for the emperor's will in his body. What Yi Futian didn't know, was that even with the emperor's will, he almost didn't make it out of Donghai City. "Your grandmaster is very respectable. As for Yi Xiang, I will send people to find him, but since he is on the run, he may be in hiding. It won't be easy to find him. Unless you are able to let him know that you're here," said Emperor Yi. Yi Futian nodded. He understood what the emperor was trying to say. They continued through the imperial palace. The empress and others left first. Emperor Yi ordered someone to lead Yi Wuqian and others on the Fenghua rank to the imperial library while he personally led Yi Futian's group to another place in the palace. Accompanying them was Princess Yi Lingxi. Deep within the imperial palace was a mountain. It was quiet on the mountain. The only things on the mountain were the ancient trees and a single residence. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Emperor Yi personally guided Yi Futian and the rest onto the mountain. As soon as they entered the residence, an elder came out to welcome them. The elder had white hair and a white beard. He looked wise, like a sage. However, his eyes were shut tight, even in the presence of the emperor. On the way up, Yilingxi had told them that the imperial advisor could not see. "You're here, your majesty," greeted the imperial advisor. Even though he was blind, it was like he could see who had arrived. He walked directly towards the emperor. "Teacher, it's been a while since I came to bother you," said Emperor Yi. Yi Futian and the others had a look of surprise on their faces. The imperial advisor was Emperor Ye's teacher. "Your Majesty, have you come because of him?" The imperial advisor turned in Hua Fengliu's direction. "That's correct. Teacher, the Fenghua banquet ended today. This is Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng. The three of them are unbelievably gifted and have a lot of potential. They may even surpass me in the future." Yi Futian ranked first and his request was for his master's injuries to be healed. "Originally, I did not want to disturb you, but then I took Jieyu as my goddaughter. So, the only thing I could do was to ask you to help heal her father," explained Emperor Yi. "They are extraordinary indeed," nodded the imperial advisor. He turned to Hua Fenglu and asked, "How are your injuries?" Hua Fenglu released his broken life spirit once again. Then leaned against Nandu Wenin fatigued. He didn't even have energy to speak. Yi Futian spoke for him. Master forcefully summoned his life spirit in a battle after it was disabled. "I can heal him, but it's not something I can do in a day. Especially since his life spirit is shattered. It will take a long time to recover fully," said the imperial advisor. "You can repair his life spirit?" asked Yi Futian with a shaking voice. Even Hua Fengliu's heart skipped a beat. He had never even dared to dream of it. "There's nothing surprising about teacher being able to do what others can't," chuckled Emperor Yi. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and happy. All of them bowed to Emperor again. "Thank you, Your Highness. You guys should be thanking my teacher," laughed Emperor Yi. The imperial advisor waved his hand. "Since His Majesty has requested, it is only right for me to oblige. He will need to stay here for treatment. As for the rest of you, if you don't mind that there isn't much to offer here, you guys can stay here as well." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Futian put his hands together and bowed at the elder with great gratitude. Hua Jieyu was excited. Her father's life spirit could actually be healed. Nandu Wenin's eyes were getting red. All these years, she'd never had any high hopes. "Then you guys shall stay here with teacher. If anything happens, you go down the mountains and find someone to report directly to me," Emperor Yi instructed the group and then departed with Princess Yilingxi. Just when the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet ended, in the Nanda nation's imperial city, cultivators gathered for their countrywide event. The Nanda nation's Tingfeng banquet was about to begin. Chapter 128. Countless strong cultivators gathered here in the magnificent imperial city of Nanda nation. There were 36 prefectures in the Nanda nation, with many cities in each prefecture and academies in each city. At this time, the younger generation of talents from all the cities gathered here in Nanda city for the Tingfeng banquet held by the Nanda nation. Different from the Fenghua banquet of Kangyi Kingdom, the Tingfeng banquet had no preliminary test. Any young person could participate and show their talents. The Fenghua banquet was held every 3 years in Kangyi Kingdom, so efficiency was highlighted and it was fast-paced. As for the Tingfeng banquet, held every 10 years, it was grander. People from the East Sea Prefecture gradually arrived at the imperial city. Not only young participants came but also those strong cultivators who wanted to witness the grand banquet. The strong cultivators from Donghai Academy of the East Sea Prefecture definitely would not miss such a grand banquet. Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the School of Emperor Star, led his excellent disciples together with the other headmasters. Stepping into the city, a group of demon beasts flew in the sky. The disciples looked over the magnificent ancient city below, feeling slight butterflies. They wondered whether they would stand out in this Tingfeng banquet. Amongst the crowd was Zhuo Qing, who was thought the most highly by Yan Shao, the headmaster. Standing on a beast, Zhuo Qing looked over at the capital, full of ambition. Talented as he was, there was a big possibility for him to win a place for himself even though there were countless talents gathered at this banquet. However, Zhuo Qing was not completely confident. No one knew how many powerful figures were born during the past 10 years. Nobody dared claim that he could stand out. At this time, a figure appeared in Zhuo Qing's mind. If that talented youth was here, he must be the winner. However, it had been only about 1 month since the Donghai City event. He was probably still on the run. Zhou Mu was also with the group of people, as well as his teacher, the art saint. Lin Siye was also here. She had matured from when she met Yi Futian on the ship in the East Sea. 17-year-old Lin Siye was now more beautiful and her body more curved. At the beginning of this year, she attended the spring quarter examination held by the Donghai Academy and passed. Hearing that the Tingfeng banquet was to be held, she wanted to have a look too. In the distance, another line of figures descended. Someone called out, "Headmaster Yan." Yan Shao turned to look and smiled. The disciples from the Nanda clan are going to attend this banquet too. These people arriving were from the Nanda clan. Yes. One of the strong cultivators from the Nanda clan nodded slightly with complex feelings. What happened to the Nanda clan on the last day of the divine calendar changed a lot of things. They had to show more reliance on the royal authority in order to survive. Therefore, they came to the Tingfeng banquet. The two lines moved on silently. Above them were countless other strong cultivators. As they advanced, they could make out the grand palace before them. It was even more solemn and sacred under the sunlight. At this time, Emperor Luo stood in the main hall of the palace, reading a message from his guard. The message was about the Fenghua banquet held in Kangyi Kingdom. It was held every 3 years and many outstanding persons would emerge. Nanda nation would naturally pay attention to such news. However, Emperor Luo generally wouldn't care about such things. Countless talents emerged every 3 years. How could he, the emperor of the Nanda nation, have enough energy to care about these trivial matters? But this message was sent to his hands because several names that should not have appeared were on the Fenghua rank. First place was Yi Futian. What a familiar name. As the emperor, he should not pay attention to a youth. However, Minister Zhua, Minister Hua, and the prince all showed a great interest in him. Therefore, 1 month ago, the Emperor Luo had sent a decree that everybody in Nanda nation shall listen to him for he stood for God. However, Yi Futian still escaped from Nanda nation. The emperor didn't expect that he would next see Yi Futian's name on the Fenghua rank of the Kangyi Kingdom, joining the Fenghua banquet as a full attribute genius with twin spirits. Of course he would win. Emperor Luo laughed. Yi Futian had displayed his horrible talent at the Nanda clan, so the emperor was not surprised that Yi Futian was the winner. Once he attended, he would definitely win the first place. The fourth was Hua Jieyu. This name was also quite familiar to him. She should have been the crown princess of Nanda nation. Declare my will, Emperor Luo raised his head and delivered an order again. Just like last month, it was still about Yi Futian. He knew this decree was even more impossible to complete, but he still sent it. In the Kangyi Kingdom's palace, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were cultivating in tranquility on a hill while waiting for their teacher to recover. They didn't go out. Yi Futian knew that since he had won the first place on the banquet and revealed the Nandu event in public, he must be more careful. Master. When practicing the music, Yi Futian saw a figure coming. He stopped playing and smiled. It was Hua Fenglu. He walked alone and looked more energetic than before. He would recover completely soon. Nandu Wenin and Tang Lan had been by his side all these days. Sometimes, Yi Futian knew that Aunt Tang still wanted to be with Hua Fenglu, despite her words. Even the masteress had accepted her dedication to Hua Fenglu. When Hua Fenglu first returned to Donghai City, it was Tang Lan who took care of him. How do you feel? At this time, a wise imperial advisor came near and asked Hua Fenglu. I feel much better. Thank you for these past few days, Hua Fenglu responded. Take a good rest. Don't use your strength over the next few days. You still have to wait for a long time before the life spirit's complete recovery. You'd better not leave the mountain these days, the imperial advisor told him. I know. Hua Fenglu nodded. The imperial advisor looked at Hua Jieyu and asked, I sensed your cultivation yesterday. Can I have a look at your life spirit? Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded slightly and moved forward a step. She released her gorgeous life spirit like a noble queen with a crown. The imperial advisor stood still but his body shivered involuntarily. He turned to Nanda Wenin and asked, how about yours? Nanda Wenin felt puzzled but still released her life spirit. Her life spirit was not as gorgeous as Hua Jieyu's but it was still extraordinary. The imperial advisor trembled. He slowly knelt and prostrated on the ground to pay his respect. Greetings, my princess. The group's expression changed. Yi Futian stood up and looked at this scene with some astonishment. I was the imperial sorcerer of Nanda Nation, Mohe, the old man said with a trembling voice. I never thought there would be a day where I could see His Majesty's descendants. Senior, please rise. Nanda Wenin was shocked. No one here had expected that the imperial advisor of Kangyi Kingdom used to be the imperial sorcerer of the Nanda Nation. Of course, he was from the previous Nanda Nation, not the present one. Are you the descendant of the Emperor Zhu? The old man stood up slowly and asked with a trembling voice. Yes, he is my grandfather. It is said that he escaped to the Nanda clan in the Donghai city after the Luos took the power. Nanda Wenin nodded. His Highness did the right thing. If he did not leave, he would only die in the end. Luo Tianyin would not let him go. The old man's voice was tinged with hatred. What happened in those years? Why did my grandfather and parents leave Nanda clan and never come back? What does this have to do with Emperor Luo? Nanda Wenin asked. Luo Tianyin was Emperor Luo's real name. She only knew that 300 years ago, Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the divine prefectures of the East. Forces in the world were in unrest. The emperor of the Nanda nation ran into an accident and the whole nation was in a chaos. Countless forces fought for the throne. The Nanda clan had lost too many strong cultivators for this. And at that time, Luo Tianyin turned out to win with his noble plan and ascended the throne. Since then, the Luos replaced Nanda royalty. After Emperor Luo took power, panic rose through the nation. In order to show the emperor's bearing, Emperor Luo ordered a nationwide amnesty. He forgave his rivals. Soon, the whole nation bowed down to him and the Nanda nation was stabilized. The Nanda clan returned to Donghai city and survived this crisis. Luo Tianyin, that bastard, used to be His Majesty's personal bodyguard. Because of his great talent, His Majesty treated him as a disciple. During a turbulent time, His Majesty left the nation for the pursuit of stronger power. Luo Tianyin and I followed. However, Luo Tianyin was wildly ambitious. Taking advantage of His Majesty's crisis, he made his move when His Majesty let down his guard. His Majesty's fate was taken and I lost my eyes. Perhaps even Luo Tianyin thinks that I'd died. The old man shook and said, Luo Tianyin went against the heavens and changed fate to ascend the throne and replace Nanda's royalty. In order not to be despised by the world, he did not hurt the Nanda clan but still had dirty underhand tricks. Princess, you said His Majesty and your father disappeared. I am afraid they were investigating the things of that year and had misfortunes. Why don't you announce his evil deeds to the world? Hearing about the past events, Nanda Wenin was furious. If I do so, the Nanda clan will perish completely. The old man sighed. I settled in Kangyi Kingdom with a disguised identity for so many years. I taught the emperor how to cultivate so the Kangyi kingdom can become stronger and one day overthrow the Luo reign. Yi Futian didn't expect this secret and suddenly understood many things. The reason why Emperor Luo declared in Donghai city to confer Hua Jieyu with the title of crown princess was not only because of ministers was augury. The poor Nanda clan didn't know that the emperor would definitely not let Hua Jieyu rise unless she became subordinate to him and became the crown princess. Moreover, Emperor Luo had once gone against fate. He was not afraid of fate at all. Now he'd become stronger. As the emperor, how would he fear the two fated youths? When they were discussing this issue, a messenger from the Nanda nation came to visit the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom.